Was not unfamiliar with killing intent. Was not unfamiliar with killing intent. Even to the extent that he'd felt killing intent the instant the man turned around. Long Fei did not mind. His two eyes looked at the middle-aged man absent-mindedly and said, "You want to kill me?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. Young Taoist said naively, "Master would not have hurt you. If it wasn't for Master, you would have already died outside." Long Fei didn't mind. He knew that the eternal coffin was not a middle-aged man. Nor was the person who brought him here. This was the Hall of Eternal Life, so this man should be the sect leader of the Immortal God School, or a certain senior elder. His appearance would definitely pose a threat to him. This threat was related to the cracks that the black stone produced. It could also be related to his intrusion. He didn't enter through the gate of the Immortal Gate. Instead, he was sucked into the Immortal Gate's large board. The situation was completely different. This was the conclusion. The middle-aged man should also know that the person inside this body was not the original person, but a completely new person. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "If this place wasn't universal realm and wasn't able to cultivate, then it wouldn't be any different from death." The system disappeared. The pubes shattered. If it was Long Fei who had just teleported to another world, he might have been able to survive with his body heavily injured. But right now, Long Fei couldn't do it. Rather than that, he might as well die early and be reborn earlier. Young Taoist's tears dripped down his face. "Senior brother, don't say that. You can't cultivate." "I can." Young Taoist was very serious. Her two big eyes held tears, as she looked at Long Fei without moving. That expression, it could break a person's heart. Long Fei really wanted to caress his head, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his arm. From the heavenly Saint Peak realm, he had all kinds of ancient power, as well as all kinds of special powers of the system. Although the power of the divine treasure was not the strongest, ordinary powerhouse would only die in front of him. But now, heaven has fallen into hell. He continued to sink deeper and deeper into the infernal realm. Alive? There wasn't much more to it. He was powerless to resist it now. They could only wait for death. The middle-aged man walked to Long Fei's side, his killing intent still lingering. Long Fei laughed and said, "Bring it on." Very calm. He was not afraid of death. At one time, he had died many times. Young Taoist looked up at the middle-aged man and asked, "Master, what's wrong with senior brother?" The middle-aged man did not make a sound. Looking at the Long Fei who was looking forward to death, under his sleeves, his strength was thick. There was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. However, in that instant, he raised his palm, and the hesitation in his eyes became very resolute as he smashed his palm heavily towards Long Fei's head. With this palm, Long Fei was dead for sure. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled into a smile as he cursed in his heart, "Eternal coffin, if you have a next life, this old man will definitely overturn your entire clan." He closed his eyes. Boom! A palm slammed down. Rumble! A loud sound echoed out. Bam! Suddenly, there was a crashing sound. However, Long Fei did not feel any pain. The young Taoist at the side opened his mouth wide, looked at the purple symbols on Long Fei's body, and was incomparably shocked. He was shocked, speechless. Not far away, the middle-aged man was knocked against the wall, his blood tumbling beneath his chest as a mouthful of blood gushed out. He was also stunned by the purple name on Long Fei's body. Young Taoist said, "Master, what this senior brother has on him is... it's..." He couldn't say it out loud, because at that moment, the middle-aged man formed a seal with his hands, releasing a large amount of power from his body. Suddenly, the power of the entire Hall of Eternal Life appeared to be in disorder. And then, space-time reversed, time reversed. Everything was retreating. Long Fei couldn't feel it at all, he could only feel that his mind was muddled, and that he was about to vomit. Half a minute later, Long Fei tried his best to open his eyes, and his entire body was in extreme pain. At this time, a young Taoist ran up and said excitedly, "Master, Master, senior brother is awake. Senior brother, you're finally awake." On the other side, a middle-aged man immediately looked at Long Fei. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. He felt that something was amiss. He felt that everything around him was familiar, especially the shattered stone tablet. "Why does it feel like I've been here before?" Long Fei looked at young Taoist, and was secretly shocked in his heart. What a beautiful young Taoist. "Where is this place?" Young Taoist giggled and said, "Ah, Hall of Eternal Life. Senior brother, you're finally awake." Hall of Eternal Life? Long Fei felt that it was very familiar, but he just could not think of where he had seen it before. The middle-aged man walked over. This time, there was no killing intent on his body. He walked in front of Long Fei, flipped his right hand, and took out a medicinal pellet from within his palm, and said, "Your body is severely injured, stabilize this pellet first. I will think of a way to deal with the matter of your pubes being broken." The pellet floated from his palm and flew in front of Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the normal, sugar-like pill. It was extremely inconspicuous, and its grade would not be any better at a glance. This Hall of Eternal Life's alchemy technique is probably very low-leveled. Long Fei thought in his heart. Taking the pellet, he asked a little absent-mindedly, "My pubes has broken into pieces again?" "Again?" Long Fei was startled. "Why did I use the word again? Why are there so many problems with my brain?" The middle-aged man said, "Take the pill first and stabilize your injuries. We'll talk about it after your body recovers." Young Taoist grinned and said, "Senior brother, quickly take this pellet. The pellet Master refined has an incomparably miraculous effect." Long Fei did not think much of it. Just this normal pill, what miracle can it possibly do? The pills I refine are thousands of times better than this. Not contempt. It was Long Fei's arrogant nature. He placed the pill into his mouth. As the pill melted, the spirit liquid slowly entered his body and flowed into his limbs. At this moment, Long Fei's pupils violently shook. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled in his body as if he was beating a drum. He did not feel any pain at all. Furthermore, he felt extremely comfortable as the pain in his body practically healed in an instant. In an instant, Long Fei felt that he was better. Damn. I've seen so many powerful medicinal pills, but none of them have achieved such a miraculous effect. Long Fei was secretly excited. This is too strong. If this kind of pellet or alchemy technique can be brought back to the universal realm, one pellet can heal the pain on the whole body, wouldn't that be invincible? Heh heh. All of a sudden, Long Fei became excited and said, "Uncle, did you refine this pill yourself? Can you teach me the art of alchemy?" He felt that his previous alchemy technique, even if it was the ancient alchemy technique, was unable to compare to the person who refined this pellet. If he could learn. That's amazing. A pill gave Long Fei unlimited hope. A pill gave Long Fei unlimited hope. The pill was too magical. After entering the body, it was as if tens of thousands of small doctors had appeared inside the body. He had never experienced such an experience before. This pill can at least add up to 10 million HP, right? Long Fei secretly sighed, then thought about the system, and sighed in his heart. Ah, if only the system was here, I could at least see the properties of this pill. Maybe we can study replication for a while. Now. Sai looked down. The middle-aged man said, "Take a good rest first, I'll think of a way to deal with the pubes." He thought Long Fei was sighing because he thought that the pubes could not be cultivated. Long Fei laughed bitterly and said, "Thank you. That alchemy technique." The middle-aged man said, "I will teach you in the future." Long Fei's eyes lit up. "Thank you." The man didn't have any expression on his face. With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned around and left. He walked up to the broken stone tablet and paused for a moment. He carefully examined it for a second. He seemed to be sighing as well. Slowly walking into the darkness, his figure disappeared. Young Taoist was in a state of shock until the middle-aged man left. Only then did he say, "Senior brother, I have never seen Master be this gentle." Long Fei was startled. "Gentle? I don't feel it," young Taoist said. "Aren't you being gentle yet? In the past, Master would never speak in such a manner. His every word was ice-cold, but just now, he was actually very amiable." And Long Fei looked at young Taoist's little head and laughed. "And what?" Young Taoist approached Long Fei, lowered his voice, and said, "Furthermore, Master agreed to teach you alchemy technique." Long Fei didn't feel anything special. But to the young Taoist, this was even harder than splitting the sky apart or opening equinox flowers. "It's very strange." "How strange?" Young Taoist sat on the ground with one hand on his chin, thinking about this question. It looked exceptionally cute. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a boy, Long Fei really wanted to train him. In the end, the young Taoist was unable to understand either. Long Fei asked, "What plane is this Hall of Eternal Life on?" Young Taoist asked, "Senior brother, have you really forgotten about everything?" Long Fei nodded. This body did not have any memories left, all of them were Long Fei's own memories. Young Taoist said, "Seems like the enemies you have met this time were really powerful, to actually be able to injure you to this extent. Our Hall of Eternal Life is just one plane. Rather than calling it a plane, he's more like a dimension door. It connects every divine realm, star field, sky field, and region in the universe, as well as any of these great worlds." Hearing what the young Taoist said, Long Fei was shocked. "Damn, dimension door? A robotic cat?" Young Taoist did not understand and said, "Senior brother, what is a robot cat? Is it something new again?" Long Fei shook his head. He was shocked to the point that he was somewhat unable to speak, and thought to himself, "If it leads to any realm, does it also lead to the universal realm? I can go back. Didn't Evil Devil King say that the coffin was a eternal coffin? Not the only existence in all the realms of the universe, the existence that will live forever. If this Hall of Eternal Life is a dimension door, then he is indeed the only existence. But this eternal life..." Long Fei looked at the cracked stone tablet not too far away. He could not understand the inscription symbol on it, but he thought to himself, "Regardless of that, I have to think of a way to return to the universal realm. I wonder how they are doing right now." Whether it was the God realm or the star region, none of these places belonged to Long Fei. At the very least, none of them belonged to him for the time being. He belonged to the universal realm. If the God's tribe did not perish and his father did not save, then there was no meaning even if he dominated the other realms. Moreover, right now, his pubes had shattered, the system had disappeared. How was he supposed to be the overlord? The tattoo on his arms in his consciousness, that kind of purple power? Long Fei looked at his hands, unable to feel any kind of strength. Long Fei laughed bitterly. "I've really become a piece of trash," young Taoist said. "Senior brother is not trash. Senior brother is the most powerful warrior in the world." Long Fei asked, "The most powerful?" He. "Even pubes are gone and your cultivation is gone, so you will be a trash in the future, let alone these things. What's your name?" Young Taoist's eyes were startled. He laughed, and did not say his name, and changed the topic. "Senior brother, are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat." "Yes. You must be hungry. I'll make you something to eat right now." With that, the young Taoist ran off into the distance and disappeared into the darkness. Long Fei was the only one left in the entire Hall of Eternal Life, without any signs of life. The quiet Long Fei could almost hear her own heartbeat. The main hall was very spacious. Only in the center was there the cracked stone tablet. Long Fei leisurely walked to the front of the stone tablet. Looking at the new crack, Long Fei wanted to use his hand to feel it, but, the moment he touched it, buzz! A powerful force directly held his arm, preventing him from moving. He could only pull it back. Huff! So powerful, so special, this power. Long Fei thought about how the eternal coffin had restricted his power, and the power on the stone tablet became even stronger. He looked at the inscription. They were all ancient hieroglyphs, older than any oracle bone rune on earth, but he had never seen any of them before. However, at the very bottom of the stone tablet, there was a design that looked like it was signed. A pattern similar to the sun. This pattern. Long Fei's mind paused for a bit and said, "So familiar, I think I've seen it before." The star maps of the seal. The final goal seems to be this pattern. What kind of place is that? The immortal world? Long Fei couldn't understand, and was too lazy to think about things he couldn't understand. Why waste that brain cell? He walked around the stone monument. Young Taoist had not returned. Long Fei looked around at the darkness of the hall and muttered, "Just now, they had left and there was no sign of life. How big was this hall of eternal life?" Long Fei also walked into the darkness. When his body completely disappeared into the darkness, a door appeared in front of him. This door is special. Very advanced. It was inlaid with diamonds that constantly flashed. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "Damn, even the door is embedded with diamonds? So fierce?" Without thinking much, Long Fei stepped inside. To him, this door was the other room that led to the Hall of Eternal Life. But, when he took a step inside, he realized, not really. His eyes were blank as he entered a completely different world. A kick in the air. A kick in the air. Long Fei simply could not control his body and stepped on it. Boom! His entire body also fell down to the ground. Walala! Ah! Long Fei wanted to control his own chi to fly up, but when he tried to exert a bit of strength, the pubes felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and was unable to release even the slightest bit of power of true spirit, so he could only allow himself to fall. About 10 seconds later. Walala! He fell into a lake and Long Fei broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily I fell into the water. If it wasn't for the water, I would have died from my fall. Long Fei quickly swam to the shore. He had never seen anything like this before. Even the trees were different. The sky was different too. 1 sun and 3 moons. It was completely different from the plains Long Fei had seen before. Long Fei took a deep breath, so fresh that's. He couldn't feel any spiritual energy at all. Long Fei lied on the grass and basked in the sun, his entire body warm and comfortable, as if he was lying on a soft blanket. If it's from another plane, then young Taoist is really talking about dimension door. Long Fei looked at the sky, at the place where he had fallen. I can't even go back now. Suddenly, roar. A roar came from the valley in the distance. Long Fei instantly shot out, "Demon Beast." Hearing the demon beast's voice made him throb a little. Killing the demon beast might be able to activate the system. Back then, wasn't this how he was activated? And it could even give out a divine-level cultivation technique. Immediately, Long Fei's eyes flashed and said, "If the system in my soul was really implanted inside, then it would still be there, and would only be damaged by the eternal coffin's immense power. It might have just closed, and will wait for my second activation. That must be it." Long Fei analyzed excitedly. As long as he could activate the game system, he would be able to survive in any plane. And then, Long Fei immediately wanted to run towards the valley where the demon beast had roared. However, following the demon beast's roar, the entire world started to tremble. The 3 moons in the sky all disappeared and hid. Suddenly, the water on the surface of the lake suddenly retracted and turned into a gigantic water monster. It rushed out of the deep pit as well. Such a huge lake was actually a monster? The strange trees in the surroundings also started to move crazily, as if they had suddenly come to life. Even the grass where Long Fei was lying on was moving, as though a wild beast was going berserk, and was frantically escaping. The whole world is moving. Long Fei was completely dumbfounded. What the F***K? What kind of plane is this? Roar! Another roar. The surrounding movement speed became even faster. It was as if he had seen a ghost. The grass that Long Fei was lying on carried him along with it as it moved. Long Fei looked into the distance and muttered, "I'm so afraid, what level is that demon beast at?" Roar! The roar was getting closer. Bam! The valley moved, and a 2-meter-tall demon beast moved. It looked a bit strange, like a cheetah, but its speed was 10,000 times faster than a cheetah. The explosive force was quite terrifying. It took almost only a few seconds to catch up with the world. Long Fei said, "You're scaring such a big cat to this extent?" To Long Fei, this demon beast was not even a tenth of the weird things around him. Long Fei raised his sleeves, looked at the cat that was getting closer and closer, and heavily said, "If I kill you, I can activate the system. Come." Long Fei jumped up and ran towards the direction of the big cat. Roar! Another roar. The big cat suddenly jumped up and stretched out its sharp claws. They were like swords and sabers as they flashed with a cold light. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Although he did not have cultivation, nor power of true spirit from the pubes, but he had rich combat experience. In that instant, Long Fei did not forcefully go up, but his body suddenly sank down and stuck close to the ground. However, he was underestimating the world. The moment the big cat pounced, voila! Phantom images were like lines, one after another, head. In almost an instant, half of the sky had turned black, from the previous demon beast, to the current tens of thousands of demon beasts, shrouding the sky and blotting out the sun. This scene. Long Fei was confused. F***ck. What kind of world is this? He had only seen one, but in that instant, so many clones had appeared. The key point was that these clones were not clones, but real bodies. Seeing the black mass of people pouncing towards him, Long Fei's actions just now were like that of a clown. It was completely useless. The falcon that was hunted for a lifetime was eaten by the falcon in the end. How laughable! Long Fei lied on the ground and laughed bitterly, watching the black mass of cats pouncing towards him. He couldn't stop even one move. He knew he was going to die. To be able to die in front of such a powerful body transformation technique, he had to admit that. Roar! Roar! The 10,000 beasts roared. Long Fei's life was on the line. But right at this moment, buzz! Suddenly, a door opened and a figure stepped out. Her figure suddenly appeared beside Long Fei, and she lifted Long Fei, causing her body to suddenly disappear, and in less than a second, Long Fei appeared in front of the door. He lowered his head and looked. The ground was a mess. Blood flowed wildly. Long Fei was carried through the door like a little chick. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with rage as he growled, "Who let you run around randomly?" Seeing Long Fei flying out of the dimension door, he trembled a little and immediately ran forward and said, "Master, stop hitting senior brother, it's my fault." I didn't explain it clearly to him. Senior brother lost his memories. He doesn't remember what's behind the door at all. "Master, if you want to punish me, then punish me." Young Taoist's eyes filled with tears. Long Fei said, "It's my fault. If there's any punishment, I'll go on." It wasn't his nature to do things alone and let the young Taoist take over. Moreover, he did not feel that he had done anything wrong. The middle-aged man looked at Long Fei and said, "Since you say it like that, then fine. Since your pubes is useless now, the martial arts training is no longer possible. Since you are interested in alchemy, then let's begin by knowing the spirit grass. Your first mission is to look for the 7-flame flower. If you can't find it, don't come back." Young Taoist was startled and said, Master, the plain of the seven flame flower is too dangerous, that place is. Without waiting for young Taoist to finish speaking, the middle-aged man walked to the front of the dimension door, who moved and the diamond on the door shone with light. Following that, the dimension door opened. The middle-aged man said, "Go find him." Long Fei did not stop. He did not want to stay in Hall of Eternal Life. He wanted to activate the system, and if he wanted to open it, he had to kill monsters. Thus, Long Fei didn't hesitate at all. One step into the door. He was just one step away from God. He was just one step away from God. This step was called becoming a deity. Long Fei was one step away from becoming a god. This step wasn't becoming a god, but a monster. He needed a monster to activate the system. It was just like when he activated the system. Killing a toad, unleashing a godly skill, activating the system, this was the beginning of his valiant life. Thus, facing the dimension door, Long Fei did not have the slightest trace of fear, but instead was excited in his heart. Other than young Taoist, the middle-aged man didn't even have a soul. It was impossible. Long Fei was excited. "My system, I'm coming." A white light flashed. Long Fei stepped into a brand new world. One step in the air. Long Fei plummeted from the sky. Ah! He subconsciously let out a shout and cursed in his heart. "Fuck, can't you lower the door a little? Don't you want me to fall to my death?" Ah! Free fall. Long Fei was simply unable to control his speed, and could only slightly control his body as he rapidly dropped from the sky. In his previous life, he had seen some extreme sports where he tried his best to expand his body. With the help of the wind, he slowly gained control of his flying speed. Even so, he didn't have Bird Person's exclusive sports clothes, so he could only barely control the direction. The lake. The lake. Without a lake, rivers are fine too. Water. Long Fei searched high up in the sky with all his might. As long as he fell into the water, he should be able to keep his little life. However, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't see the lake or the river even though he was getting closer to the ground. He was secretly nervous. This is it. I'm really going to fall to my death this time. Damn you! Long Fei could no longer control himself as the speed at which he was falling increased. Don't die a horrible death. He folded his arms and thought about the scenes from the movies of Star-Lord's martial arts in his previous life. If he really wants to fall to his death, then he should at least do something cool. His palm slammed down. Yi Zichen slapped down on a dense jungle. "Princess, you won't be able to escape today. I don't like to do things to women. It's best if you choose to do it voluntarily and don't suffer too much. I will give you endless happiness. Only I can give you this kind of happiness." In the forest, a woman was forced to the corner. One of the men had a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth, and his expression was exceptionally proud. The woman said, "Chen Huai, aren't you afraid that my royal father will know what you just said?" "Your royal father?" "Ha ha ha!" The man suddenly laughed. "Princess, I'm afraid you don't know? When we left the capital, your royal father wasn't the emperor of this country. The reason why you're still alive and still able to stand here is all because of me. If it wasn't for me, you would have already died in the rebellion. In the end, you should have thanked me." Chen Huai laughed, looking at the girl's beautiful appearance. His Adam's apple couldn't help but roll up and down. The lady's eyes narrowed. "Your Chen clan wants to rebel?" "Rebel?" Chen Huai sneered and said, "Don't make it sound so bad. Your Xianzhe's mountains and rivers were originally fought over by my Qin family." As he spoke, he stepped forward. The woman said, "Along the way, were those people who mysteriously disappeared? Did you do it?" Chen Huai said, "Of course, if they don't die, how can I give them a chance to be alone in the wilderness? How can I give them a chance to enjoy life in a place that no one will ever be able to hear? Ha ha ha! For this moment, I've been waiting so long for it. Finally, it's here." Rest assured, the moment I enter your body, I will feel a little lighter. Chen Huai laughed obscenely. He was already unable to endure the hunger and thirst in the slightest. The woman stuck her back to the corner as she looked at Chen Huai. Her heart was filled with anxiety. Chen Huai, don't come over, don't come over. There are countless powerhouses in our xians. Chen Huai did not stop and said, You mean the experts of the divine sect xianses? I forgot to tell you. Just with the strength of my Chen family, I am unable to deal with your xians, but if a powerhouse of the divine sect were to make a move against the xians, then it would be a different story. I'm afraid all of the experts in the divine sect have died. He ha ha ha. The woman was even more shocked. Impossible. The reason why the xians was able to establish a dynasty was because the xians had a position in the divine sect. The divine sect's medicinal pills and secret techniques were constantly being transferred to the xians, to be cultivated by the xians' disciples. There were hundreds of xians in the divine sect, thus they could not be cleared out. Chen Huai laughed. Aren't you surprised? Yes, I was surprised when I heard the news, and I thought it was impossible, but do you think that the scum of your xians can withstand the personal attacks of the vice sect master of the divine sect? These are secret. The Chen family's top secret. Chen Huai knew this because he was Chen Haohai's only son. The reason why he said it out loud was because Xian Yu would die after being toyed with by him. Ha ha ha. Xian Yu, come. Chen Huai laughed loudly. Don't waste my time anymore. Xian Yu's expression changed as she executed a martial art move. She said, Don't come near me. You also know that there are countless martial arts techniques in the xians. If you dare to come again, I'll make my move. Puchi. Chen Huai laughed and said, You want to attack me? Come, come, come. Hurry up and make your move. Don't you know that our xians possesses a supreme palm technique? This kind of palm technique falls from the sky. With a single palm strike, it could kill all ethereal opening powerhouse. Ha ha! Come on! Let me experience this palm technique. Come on, come on! Chen Huai continuously laughed. The xians did indeed have a supreme palm technique. It was just as Xian Yu had said. But not a single person in xians had successfully cultivated this technique. No matter how talented he was, it was useless. Just based on this mysterious jade that didn't know what kind of cultivation he was talking about? It was impossible. Bring it on. Chen Huai couldn't wait any longer. Little darling, come, I think it's been 5 years since I last thought about it. Profound Jade's tears were about to flow out, thinking of that supreme palm technique, and randomly slashed at Chen Huai. Chen Huai feigned a pained look and said, It hurts. It's so powerful. His entire body pounced on her. Bring it on. Xian Yu hugged herself tightly and curled up her body. At this moment, an explosion sounded in the sky. Chen Huai tilted his face slightly, looked at the sky, and his pupils suddenly shrank as he muttered to himself, Could it be that this kind of palm technique really exists in this world? Rumble. Later and more. Ding. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the first level of Ethereal Opening. The attributes immediately changed greatly. Strength increased. Long Fei's body also became lighter. With all the power of the Nether Passage realm in his hands, Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. One word, it feels too good. Killing a person to raise his level was very common. Killing a boss that had leveled up to LV10 was extremely shocking. But killing a person and leveling up to level 40? How explosive was that? Long Fei almost laughed out loud. This system is too awesome. Before, this daddy only got more experience by killing people above my level, and now I can gain the full strength of the opponent. I really want to return to the universal realm now. Long Fei was looking forward to it. In another plane, in an unknown star field. This system. It has just been designed and tested, and it has not been tested yet. The attributes of this system are a little too heaven-defying. Is it really okay for us to do this? What if? The operator looked worriedly at the huge computer screen. Behind him stood a middle-aged man. The man said indifferently, "This is the meaning of the written order." The operator said, "But in case something goes wrong." The middle-aged man said, "That's not our responsibility. We just need to control the system and shut down any bugs that we encounter." The operator let out a long breath and said, "Sigh. I'm afraid that the system will be out of our control, and we won't be able to shut it down even if we want to." At that time, he's an operator. His duty was to monitor and control every system owner. This version of killing system had just been developed and had not undergone any tests, so it was easy for it to cause problems when used on the host. Once the system crashes, the host will die. Moreover, there were also other possibilities. The system would break down and the bug would appear, and then the host would become an uncontrollable object. At that time, as an operator, there was nothing he could do. The most important one, the plane they were in, was the highest level. All the products of this plane possessed supreme power, and the systems developed were no exception. This system is an intelligent system. Once it gained its own spiritual consciousness and lost control, then the result would be. What would it be like? This possibility was even more terrifying. The operator didn't dare think about it. He was the operator of the system in Long Fei's mind, and he was extremely familiar with everything about Long Fei. From birth to transmigration, to continuous hard work in cultivation and a breakthrough, every single step Long Fei took was extremely difficult. Long Fei's brothers in love, both were hard to come by. The key thing was Long Fei's character. The operator admired Long Fei. To others, Long Fei was just a test subject in his hands, while Xiao Bai was just a mouse. He was only here to monitor Long Fei. However, he didn't think so himself. He believed himself to be Long Fei's guardian. He did not want to see anything bad happen to Long Fei. The operator looked at Long Fei, who was in front of the computer, and muttered in his heart, "Everything depends on your life." He pressed a button lightly. All of the killing system's attributes were injected into it. Long Fei did not feel anything unusual. "Are you a master of my xians?" Profound Jade looked at Long Fei. The reason Long Fei had appeared was because of the few palm strikes she had casually made. Long Fei descended from the sky. Everything was exactly the same as described in the palm technique. Descending from the sky. With a single palm strike, he shattered the earth and became extremely fierce and valiant. "Master?" Long Fei looked at the profound jade that was watery and smiled evilly. "That's right, I am your master." Xian Yu became even more excited and said, "I knew it. I knew it. So this is the set of palm technique. Hee. Master, let's hurry up and return to the capital." "Return to the capital?" Long Fei asked. "What are you doing?" Xian Yu said. Chen Wang rebelled. "I need to hurry back to save father." Long Fei glanced at the profound jade and asked, "What realm are you in?" The black jade was exceptionally proud as it said, "I am a 6th grade invigorated meridian." Long Fei said, "Very strong." Xian Yu said, "Of course, ordinary people are simply no match for me." "Oh!" The aura on Long Fei's body flared. Boom! Xian Yu's face immediately paled. Long Fei said, "You can't even withstand the pressure of the Nether Passage realm. If you are strong, what can you do when you return to the Emperor like this? Go die." Xian Yu said, "Aren't you here? As long as you release that palm technique, Chen Wang would definitely pee his pants out of fear." Xian Yu looked at Long Fei with excitement in her eyes. She couldn't wait to bring Long Fei to the Imperial Palace. Long Fei was a lifesaver in her heart. Long Fei said, "Tell me about the situation in the capital first." Xian Yu briefly described what Chen Huai said just now, waiting for him to finish. Long Fei immediately said, "There's no saving him." Xian Yu said, "What is it?" Long Fei said, "The Xian's is hopeless, this is a destructive massacre, it will not give you any path of retreat, the celestial sect's actions are the proof. Even a fool would understand this." However, there was one thing Long Fei couldn't understand. Why would a dignified vice sect master of the divine sect be interested in a single dynasty? Power struggle? The vice sect leader was far above, no one in Xian's could compare to him. Benefits? That's not it either. The Xian's empire is only serving the divine sect, it can't possibly be benefits at all. Long Fei couldn't wrap his head around it, and asked while looking at the profound jade, "How did you leave the capital?" "My royal father told me to come out and play. If not for my royal father, I wouldn't have followed a villain like Chen Hui out." "Oh, seems like your royal father should have realized this long ago." Long Fei secretly asked, "When you left, what did your royal father say?" Xian Yu thought for a moment, then said, "That is, you want me to go out and relax. You want me to stay at Aunt's place for a while." Long Fei looked at the profound jade, sized it up, and asked, "Where is your aunt?" Xian Yu replied, "In Xian Pavilion." "Oh!" Long Fei's heart once again confirmed that Xian Yu's father had long ago sensed that she was in danger, otherwise, he would not have allowed her to come out. What was the source of this danger? Long Fei looked at the profound jade again. "Before we left, did your father not give you anything?" Xian Yu woodenly shook her head and said, "No, I do." Long Fei asked, "Is it true or is it not?" Profound Jade looked at Long Fei with some hesitation. Long Fei said, "I am your master, if you don't tell me, how am I supposed to help you?" "Daddy won't let me tell others," she said. Long Fei said, "Am I someone else? I am your master, I can't even say it?" "How preposterous!" Long Fei revealed an angry look. She completely believed that Long Fei was Xian's of the Xians. Taking down a pendant from her neck, she said, "I did give this one to me." Long Fei took the pendant. A piece of green jade, shaped like a lotus, fell onto his palm. It was very cool, but it looked like an ordinary jade pendant. However, this was just the surface. Long Fei opened the system. "Wow!" Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed abruptly. He instantly became excited and swallowed a huge mouthful of saliva. Then, he kept the pendant and said, "I am a master of your sect, I will keep this pendant for now." Xian Yu looked at Long Fei in a daze, unable to say a single word. The item was a good item, the existence of super artifact S. The item was a good item, the existence of super artifact S. Not only that, this piece of jade was very special. The attributes displayed by the system were only one of them, devour. Anything can be devoured. This kind of devouring was not an attack, nor was it purely based on strength. After devouring, it could create new things, and that was its strength. Long Fei now understood why the Xians was exterminated. It was most likely because of this jade pendant. "Master, I can keep the jade pendant for you, but you have to return to the imperial capital with me." When the profound jade saw that Long Fei had put away the jade pendant, she could only give up. If not for Long Fei, she would have already been humiliated by him. No matter if Long Fei was a Xian's or not, profound jade thanked Long Fei in her heart. What was the use of this jade pendant? She didn't know. Long Fei waved his hand and said, "There's no need to go to the imperial capital. There's no use in going. To the capital again?" It was more or less the same. Long Fei liked dangerous places, but that did not mean he liked suicide. Now that he had such a powerful killing system, then wouldn't he have to look for a place to cultivate in a wretched manner? Xian Yu stood in place without moving an inch. Looking at the direction of the imperial city, she was a little reluctant as she said in a low voice, "Master, you, how can you be like this?" Long Fei said, "I am a master, I can do whatever I want." Xian Yu pouted and was at a loss for words. Long Fei looked at her pitiful expression and could not bear it any more. How about this, we'll go to the Xian Pavilion first, and if your aunt lets you go to the capital, I'll bring you back to the capital later, what do you think? Xian Yu immediately revealed a smile and asked, Really? Long Fei nodded. Amen. Pull the hook. The profound jade stretched out her jade-like pinky and looked at Long Fei with a serious expression. Without waiting for Long Fei to extend his hand, she directly grabbed onto Long Fei's hand and hooked it with her little finger, then said seriously, Pull the hook, hang it, don't change it for 100 years, the one who changes is the puppy. Finished. Xian Yu giggled and said, Aunt dotes on me the most. She will agree to anything I want. At that time, you will definitely bring me back to the capital. Heh heh. Xian Yu skipped away. Long Fei shook his head and laughed bitterly. You don't even know what is happening in the Imperial City right now. Sigh. It's good to be naive. Long Fei also quickly followed. Divine sect. Can't find it? A 40-something-year-old man frowned and spoke with a hint of anger in his voice. Chen Haohai immediately knelt on the ground and said, Calm down, elder, I will definitely send more people over. Even if I have to dig Xian's 3 feet, I will still need to find what you are looking for. The elder's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, I told you, this is not what I want but what the vice sect master needs. The 2 words, vice sect master, were particularly harsh. When Chen Haohai heard the 3 words, vice sect master, his heart trembled faintly. His body trembled as he said, I will definitely do my best to find one for the vice sect master. The man said coldly, Chen Haohai, the Xian's is very powerful in your eyes, right? But in the vice sect master's eyes, it's as easy as stepping on an ant to death. If you don't do well, let the Lu family, the Ma family, or even some random cat or dog replace your current position. Do you understand? Chen Haohai's body trembled uncontrollably. If he had not tried his best to control himself, he would have already pissed himself. He kowtowed heavily on the ground and said, I understand. I will do my best in a while. The man said flatly, Not with all my strength, but I have to find it. Otherwise. Chen Haohai gulped down his throat, his spine was already cold. He felt extremely uncomfortable and kowtowed on the ground, not daring to get up. About half an hour later, an elder of the Chen clan walked in and said, Patriarch, the elder has already left. Chen Haohai felt like he was pardoned. He stood up slowly, his knees were numb, and he couldn't stand steadily. His eyes darkened as he said, No one is going to confess? The old man shook his head and said, All the punishments have been used, no one knows. Are all 361 Xians here? Chen Haohai asked. The old man continued, Other than the 101 who died in battle, the other 200 people are all here. There's still one more person who isn't here. Chen Haohai turned sinister and asked, Who? The old man said, Xian Yu, who went out of the city with Chen Huai, the youngest daughter of Xian Ting. Chen Haohai immediately said, Chase after him immediately. The elder said, They've already been sent out. Chen Haohai exhaled and said, We can't let anyone in the Xians go, and we must also dissect the corpses of those Xian's disciples for me. Don't let any part of them go. Those who are still alive hit them without saying a word. Disintegrate the corpses of the Xian's disciples in front of them. Extremely evil. Never let the body go. Chen Haohai was very clear in his heart that if they did not find the thing that belonged to the vice sect master, their fate might be even worse than Xian's. The powerhouse was the king and the weak was the ant. The elder bowed and said, I will do it immediately. Chen Haohai said, Send more people to chase after the profound jade, don't let her return to the Xian pavilion. Xian Ting, this sly old fox probably knew that the divine sect was going to take action against the Xians long ago. He had already arranged for the goods to be in Xian Yu's hands. If I returned to the Xian pavilion, that would be troublesome. Chen Haohai frowned. The Southern Divine Sect had Xian Pavilion S in the north, the two most powerful forces within this plane. The ancestor of the Xians had foresight. He not only allowed the disciple to cultivate in the Divine Sect, he also allowed the later generations to maintain their relationship with the Xian Pavilion. Once danger arose, both sides could retreat. At least it would be able to protect the Xian's fire seed. However, the imperial city was millions of kilometers away from the Xian Pavilion. Without the help of any beast mounts, it would take him a very long time to reach the Xian Pavilion. Long Fei was not in a hurry. He was in no hurry. Whether it was the Xian's extermination or his need for rescue, what did these have to do with him? His goal was to improve himself. Then there was the search for the seven-flame flower. Only by finding the seven-flame flower would the dimension door open its doors, allowing him to return to the Hall of Eternal Life. That man's alchemy technique is much stronger than the ancient alchemy technique. You must definitely learn this. Master, time to eat. The black jade was holding onto a pot of pitch-black stuff. It was unknown whether it was coal, but she carried it in front of Long Fei, causing her to turn into a small cat, staring at Long Fei, hoping to receive his praise. Long Fei looked at the pot of pitch-black food and said, "Eat one for yourself first." Xian Yu picked up a piece of charcoal and took a bite, before spitting it out immediately. She looked at Long Fei with a bitter face as she said, "Master, something that even you can't eat yourself, how am I supposed to eat it?" Right at this moment, Long Fei's eyes moved. He covered the profound jade that had been about to speak and said softly, "Don't talk, there's a demon beast approaching." Bewildering. Hiss, hiss. Bewildering. Hiss, hiss. A series of ear-piercing footsteps approached. When Long Fei thought about how the little wild panther had suddenly split into over 10,000 clones, his heart tightened and he became extremely cautious. What was the level of this plane? What was the level of demon beast? Long Fei didn't know anything. Hiss, hiss. The bush slightly moved and a small white animal carefully crawled out. Its target was the rice cooked by Xian Yu. The little thing didn't seem to see Long Fei's existence. Long Fei looked at it. Xian Yu was also looking at her. She directly struggled out of Long Fei's arms and said, "What a cute little kitten, white and soft." It was incredibly adorable. Long Fei liked it even when he saw it. However, right at the moment the profound jade spoke and took a step forward. Roar. The cute kitten looked like it was trying to transform. In a second, it turned into a ferocious beast and swiped down at Xian Yu. The sharp claws were over 10 centimeters long and were like daggers. If this were to happen to him, he would definitely have to cut open his intestines and tear his stomach. Xian Yu was scared silly and did not know how to react. Her cultivation at the invigorated Meridian realm was also instantly thrown to the back of her mind. Long Fei's pupils tightened. With a flip of his right hand, he sent a palm flying. Buddha palm technique. He only knew this move. Rumble. A gigantic palm print appeared out of nowhere and directly pounced towards the demon beast. Rumble. Rumble. A bright red number floated above his head. 99,999. Long Fei secretly thought, what a high damage. The demon beast was directly sent flying by this palm attack and collided with a huge tree that reached the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood. In that instant, his body mutated again, returning to his kitten form from before. He looked at Xian Yu pitifully as his mouth trembled, as if to say, don't kill me, don't kill me." The profound jade's heart was once again nurtured. It looked at Long Fei and said, "It's so pitiful, can you not kill it? Master begs you." Long Fei looked at the pitiful little kitten and said, "All right, we'll listen to you. We won't kill." Xian Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Long Fei's nether passage realm speed fiercely exploded, and he instantly rushed in front of Little Flower Cat, throwing out a punch. "It doesn't exist. A punch landed heavily. Cat's pupils changed, boom. His body mutated once again. But, no matter how much it changed, there was no use. The gash on its head was only left with one point. Bam! Beast to the end, both eyes staring at Long Fei. Long Fei kicked him and said, "It's useless to look at this daddy here. Humans eat meat, dogs eat shit. This daddy is hungry, then I want to eat meat." Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for killing the level 1 transformation cat. Do you want to absorb the demon beast's flesh? Murder, level of acquisition. Kill the demon beast and absorb its body rank. Long Fei was currently in the Nether Passage realm, but his physical body was still LV0 and his defense was extremely low. If he was hit by this mutated cat, he would probably be killed instantly. Capture. The idea moved, and the killing system began to circulate. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for increasing his physical strength. Current level, level 1. Long Fei could clearly feel a change in his body. Xian Yu was still standing blankly on the side. Long Fei took out the Lotus Jade pendant, activated its spirit energy and slightly touched the mutated cat's blood, causing a drop of blood to be absorbed by the jade pendant. A red light flashed through the system. Long Fei became secretly excited. If everything can be consumed, then it can completely evolve. Do you want to receive it? Receive. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining double the power of transformation. Item. Changing power, 1 shot. Attributes. Double description. The power of transformation of the body, 2 times the body's level increase. Long Fei was secretly pleased when he saw the attributes. This jade pendant combined with my system is simply perfect. Let me try out its other functions after I've eaten my fill. This was a super divine treasure. Long Fei needed to understand it thoroughly. Xian Yu was still dazed on the spot. She felt aggrieved. He felt that Long Fei was very cruel. Long Fei did not care about it, but continued to clear his stomach and start a fire to roast meat. Half an hour later, the fragrant roasted meat came out. Xian Yu stood beside Long Fei, her eyes shining, constantly swallowing her saliva, like a greedy little cat, adding the black on her cheeks. She was even more adorable. Long Fei looked at her and said, "Do you want to eat it?" Xian Yu nodded her head and replied, "Yes." Long Fei passed the roasted meat over and said, "Take it." He had roasted a new thigh. Xian Yu gulped and said, "Delicious, delicious. It would be even better if you put in more chili peppers." Hee. Long Fei. His face that was filled with hatred towards Long Fei at the start had now completely turned into a little glutton. Long Fei was too lazy to explain. After she finished roasting her thigh, just as she was about to eat, Xian Yu looked at Long Fei pitifully, and gulped down her saliva. This expression, it was simply an instant kill. Here. Long Fei exhaled a breath of air. I don't know whose master is either. Xian Yu took the piece of thigh and started gnawing on it again. After leaving the capital, the people around her disappeared one by one. She pretended to not know, but her heart was filled with fear. She knew that someone was going to make a move on him. She also knew that something had happened in the capital, but she didn't dare to say it. She didn't dare to say it to anyone. She had not eaten her fill or slept warmly along the way, but now that she was by Long Fei's side, she felt very safe. After she had eaten her fill, Xian Yu rubbed her round stomach with a face full of satisfaction. Leaning against a tree stump, she happily fell asleep. Not long after she fell asleep, she began to blabber about in her sleep. "Father, father! Don't! Ah!" His body trembled and twitched violently. Then there was another giggle. Hee. Master, you are so funny. You aren't my master at all. Do you think I would believe you? However, if I want to go to Xian Pavilion, I need a bodyguard. You being my bodyguard is the best. Humph, you want me to cook for you? I cooked it on purpose, ha ha ha. I hate you.
I hate you.
Why did you kill such a cute kitten? The barbecue is so delicious. It's really delicious. I've eaten the most delicious thing in my life. Hee hee. Thank you, master. Always talking. He didn't know if it was true or fake. Long Fei felt a little awkward listening to her from the side. In the end, he saw her quieten down, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Long Fei also walked to the other side and took out the refined jade pendant, saying quietly, "System description: you can devour anything, evolve anything, to see what you can evolve out of these most common things. Gold or stone can be tested at once. Gold or stone can be tested at once." Long Fei picked up a blade of grass, urged his spirit energy, and said, "Devour." A drop of green liquid was sucked into the lotus jade pendant. After a few seconds, the lotus jade pendant released a dark green light. So fast. Long Fei immediately checked the results. Profound spirit grass. Rank 1 spirit grass. OF*CK. Directly transforming a blade of grass into a spirit grass. This is too amazing. Long Fei was completely shocked. Tripling the amount of refined blood from the mutated cat was nothing, but to be able to turn ordinary weeds into spirit grass, that was truly amazing. Let's see what a rock can conjure. Similarly, there was also a drop of gray liquid within the stone that was sucked into the lotus jade pendant. Not long later, the result was a small piece of refined ore. It was as if it could enlarge the purest form of energy, even if it only contained the tiniest of power. The growth of the weeds could not be separated from the climate, soil, and water. There might not even be a tiny bit of spirit energy contained within the weeds, and that was because this seemingly insignificant mutation of spirit energy had evolved from the lotus jade pendant. The weeds had evolved into alchemy spirit grass. The stone had evolved into a smithing ore. The sand evolved into golden sand. Even the cheapest soil that was everywhere evolved and turned into the rare black soil that was specially used to nurture spirit grass and spirit flowers. All of this was evolved from a small jade pendant. This is the most amazing evolution I've ever seen. It's even more awesome than the rewards given by the system. Long Fei secretly thought, no wonder even the vice sect master of the divine sect wants it. I can't let others know about this. Long Fei was very clear on the principle that a man with a treasure was sinful. Once its wonders were known by others, he would become the target of everyone in this plane. Let's see what else can evolve. Long Fei picked up a leaf, wanting to let the jade pendant evolve, but the jade pendant didn't react. Stop working? Is there a limit to the one-day plan? He looked at the thing that he had just evolved. Including the cat transformation, there were a total of 9 times. Is that the number of times a day? Its evolution is to absorb various liquids. Long Fei's mind suddenly turned evil, and he muttered, I suddenly have a big bold idea. Yi Zichen looked at his crotch. I wonder what it can evolve into. Billions of kids have come out? Then in the future, Long Fei was already somewhat evil. If this jade pendant could devour anything on this plane, then what if Long Fei's blood essence had a power that could defy the heavens? Then what about in this world? Can it evolve? Sigh. I can't try it now, or I really will. Long Fei muttered. Right now, it was as if he had a treasure scout, and he wanted to scan every nook and cranny of the place. If his blood essence could really evolve into an even more powerful force, it would be much easier for him to cultivate in the future. Long Fei was a madman. As long as he could become stronger, what did blood essence matter? He would not care about how strong everything got. Right now he was in the Hall of Eternal Life, in a world outside of the universal realm. If he could not become incomparably strong and possess the power to suppress the Emperor Xian, then what would happen to the universal realm? Even brothers didn't dare to recognize each other in front of them? He didn't even dare to retaliate after getting hit by the god's tribe? There was no point in living like this. Long Fei held onto the lotus jade pendant tightly and muttered, "Wait for me to return. On the day I return, heaven and earth will definitely turn upside down, and heaven will turn into a dead zone." The young master's corpse. Such a huge palm. What is this palm technique? Send 2 people to escort the young master's body back, while the rest of you continue chasing after him. A few simple sentences. More than 10 black shadows disappeared on the spot, crazily chasing after him. The next morning, Long Fei and Xian Yu continued on their way. The 2 of them did not move quickly. "Master, I'm so hungry. Shall we roast some meat?" Her jade eyes shone brightly as she looked at Long Fei. She now treated him like a chef. Long Fei rolled his eyes at her and said, "Didn't you just finish eating? Why was he hungry? Look at your stomach. Those who don't know what's going on will think that you're pregnant for 10 months. If you keep eating like this, your stomach will give birth." Xian Yu looked at her round stomach and said, "Even if you want to give birth, it is yours." As he spoke, his face reddened. Long Fei said in disdain, "Don't worry, I will definitely not take responsibility for it." The black jade was very beautiful. Any man would find it hard to walk on a beautiful street, but Long Fei was not thinking about love, but about becoming stronger and taking revenge. Xian Yu pouted unhappily. Long Fei took down the remaining half of the thigh meat and said, "Good, good, good, barbecue, barbecue, I will support you to death." Once again the fire was set. Xian Yu happily jumped up as she hummed a song. "I want to become a happy little fatty." As Long Fei roasted meat, he took out the lotus jade pendant. On a new day, it can evolve 9 times, this time. Long Fei condensed a drop of blood essence. The blood essence was absorbed by the lotus jade pendant. Long Fei quietly waited, but the lotus jade pendant flashed a red light and stopped moving. "Damn, what is going on? Could it be that my blood essence is inferior to mud? Even mud can evolve, but my blood essence can't?" Long Fei was a little depressed. In the universal realm, his blood essence was extremely powerful. In this plane, the system was unable to view the operation of the lotus jade pendant. Long Fei did not give up. He condensed another drop of blood essence, but this time the lotus jade pendant did not absorb it at all. "Damn, are you looking down on me? Or could it be that the blood essence inside the jade pendant has yet to evolve and can't accept the second evolution?" Long Fei muttered. Suddenly, the center of his brows moved as he silently put away the jade pendant and picked up the poker for the fire. He suddenly turned around. Boom! The poker was thrown. In the dark forest, a powerful force came out and swept the poker towards the side. Xian Yu was stunned. "What's wrong?" Long Fei said, "Someone is coming." In that instant, he felt the killing intent. It was also at this time. A dozen or so black-clothed men wearing tight clothes walked out of the darkness, their eyes all staring at the profound jade. Xian Yu stared at the elegance displayed on their robes as she stated, "Chun clan guards. Princess, you have a good eye. Since you know that we are Chun clan guards, then obediently come back with us." Xian Yu slowly leaned towards Long Fei. I'm not going back with you." And at this moment, swoosh, swoosh, 2 iron claws suddenly shot out, aiming for Xian Yu's collarbone. The pupils of Xian Yu's eyes shook as she said, "Master, save me." Just as his 2 iron claws were about to grab onto Xian Yu's shoulder and collarbone, Long Fei took a step forward. Just as his 2 iron claws were about to grab onto Xian Yu's shoulder and collarbone, Long Fei took a step forward. He attacked the 2 iron claws twice. Bang bang! After striking down the iron claw, Long Fei placed the black jade behind him and said lightly, "Don't appear. Nether Passage Realm? He dares to act the hero with this cultivation?" The leader, a man, slowly walked out. More than a dozen Chun family guards also slowly surrounded him. Every one of them were at least at the first stage of ethereal opening, which was much higher than Long Fei's cultivation. Leader looked at Long Fei with contempt and said, "Brat, I'll give you a choice. Hand over her, and I'll give you a chance to live." The profound jade immediately grabbed onto Long Fei's clothes and shook his head. "Master, don't abandon me. Master." "Ha ha ha!" Leader laughed loudly. "Your Highness, is he your Xianz's master? Ha ha ha! Trash at the Nether Passage realm? If he can become your Xianz, then my brothers here can all be your master." The ones with the lowest cultivation were all at the third level of ethereal opening, and were all above Long Fei. Long Fei frowned. The leader disdainfully said, "Kid, get out of the way." The profound jade grabbed onto Long Fei's clothes tightly and shook its head. Long Fei said softly, "Don't worry, I won't leave you behind and let you off." Leader's face turned sinister as he sneered, "Then are you courting death?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards by Leader's side suddenly attacked. Holding onto the soul-sealing spike, they attacked Long Fei from both left and right. Boom! Boom! The pressure of the realm burst out, striking towards Long Fei. Long Fei's body slightly sank. Immediately, without any hesitation, he said, "Power of transformation, activate." Boom! With a double burst of power, he immediately transformed into a strong fleshly body like a transformed cat. The power of transformation was released from his body. Long Fei clenched his fists. Crack, crack, crack! A series of explosions sounded. The aura on his body underwent a drastic change. His fists moved as he punched the two guards one at a time. Bang, bang! With two heavy blows, the two guards fell to the ground, blood spurting out from their wounds. The gash on their heads had also rapidly bottomed out, however. He did not die. "While he's sick, take his life." Long Fei did not stop and punched out twice more. Bang, bang! His HP was now low. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing lifeguard of Chen's family. Do you wish to absorb it? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing lifeguard of Chen's family. Do you want to ingest his level? Capture. Long Fei move. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the third level of ethereal opening. Instantly, he leveled up by 3 levels. He didn't need any experience to feel so good. Long Fei was excited. This killing system is too powerful. As long as we kill someone stronger than us, we can immediately obtain their realm. Awesome! He no longer had to worry about leveling up again. Difficult to break through? Find a powerhouse to kill him, then instantly break through. When Long Fei killed the two of them, the surrounding guards were all secretly taken aback. Long Fei was only at the first stage of ethereal opening. However, he was able to kill someone with just 2 punches, clean. This was absolutely not something that a third-level ethereal opening cultivator could do. Leader was startled. "Hide your own strength?" The man stared at Long Fei and said indifferently, "You're pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Sure. Then I'll see what this tiger of yours is capable of. Let's attack together." Chen Haohai ordered his men to kill. If they could not bring back the profound jade, then they would only have one ending, and that was death. Not only them, their families would also be the same. They could only bring back Xuanyu to save themselves and their families. Thus, the leader did not think that much and decided to attack together. Rub. You don't play according to the rules. Long Fei's heart trembled. He thought that if a third-stage ethereal opening guard died, they would send out a fourth-stage ethereal opening cultivator. He did not expect that the 5th stage would be sent out at the same time. Doubling his strength was indeed very powerful, but not so powerful that he could deal with so many people at once. Moreover, Leader's cultivation was above the Nether Passage realm. He was a small boss. From the moment he walked out, Long Fei could see the faint glimmer of golden light on his body. Kill. The 13 people pounced at the same time. Long Fei quickly opened the system and looked. 4th level of ethereal opening, 5th level of ethereal opening, 6th level of ethereal opening, 7th level. The rank of the Imperial Guards, as well as their HP, appeared in Long Fei's mind. Level 1, Level 1. Long Fei thought to himself, he did not dare to jump too far in rank. He didn't have much to rely on, so he could only rely on it one step at a time. After locking onto the 4th level of ethereal opening, Long Fei moved his body and rushed forward explosively. Bam! A punch resounded through the 4th level ethereal opening guard, and the other 12 people simultaneously lunged at Lin Fei. Boom! Long Fei smashed a person onto the ground, while at the same time, his back was covered in cuts and bruises. He was in unbearable pain and his health point had been reduced by a large amount. However, as if he didn't feel it, Long Fei once again used all his strength to punch down ruthlessly. Bam! Die! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing lifeguard of Chen's family. Do you want to ingest his level? Yes, sir. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 4th level of ethereal opening. Upgrade, all attributes are restored. All injuries healed. The gaping wounds that had originally been deep enough for the bones to be visible had all been healed in an instant. Not even a scar was left behind. It was the same for the sword wound, the knife wound, and the hook wound. Long Fei jumped a step back, and tore off the clothes on his upper body, and excitedly laughed. Again! Everyone was taken aback. They looked at each other dumbfounded. However, without a second thought they charged once more. This time it was even more ferocious. Kill! Astral River Sword Technique. All sorts of powerful moves were unleashed, and they were all deadly moves, not giving Long Fei the slightest chance. Seeing them pounce at him, Long Fei did not dodge, but rather pounced on them even more crazily than them. Come! Bam! He had once again locked onto the 5th level Nether Passage Realm Guard. Without any other moves, he just ruthlessly threw down a fist, and then used all his strength to ruthlessly smash down ruthlessly, as if he was fighting on the street. Grab one and beat it to death. Similarly, Long Fei had also received a powerful blow. His bones were fractured, and his fresh blood gushed out like a spring. His life was hanging by a thread. However, Long Fei fiercely jumped. The system rang out once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the 5th level of ethereal opening. All the injuries on his body were healed perfectly once again. Not a single wound could be seen on his body. The Imperial Guards were now afraid. All of them looked at Long Fei as if he was a ghost. Was this person even human? The first time was a coincidence. The first time was a coincidence. 2 times is no coincidence. Seeing that the injuries on Long Fei's back had healed once again, without a single wound, they looked at Long Fei as if they had seen a ghost. Is he a human or a ghost? How could this be? What kind of body is this? Impossible. He's only in the Nether Passage realm, so it's impossible for him to take so much damage and recover in an instant. Do you guys have a cultivation base? At the start, it was only a 1st-grade Nether Passage martial artist. But now, it's already a 5th-grade Nether Passage martial artist. Just what sort of situation is this? Ghost. He's a ghost. The few timid guards' legs began to tremble. It was impossible for him to instantly recover from his injuries. Xian Yu looked at Long Fei with an excited expression. Master, you can do it. As expected of the master. Profound Jade also could not understand either, but in her heart Long Fei was very, very powerful, so powerful that she even started to worship him a little in her heart. What kind of existence was the lifeguard of Chen's family? In the dynasty they were often victorious, and they never lost a single battle. As long as any mission was handed over to them, they would be able to accomplish it. When she saw the Chen clan's guards, her heart was filled with fear. But Long Fei's 2 kills completely crushed lifeguard of Chen's family. Too powerful. She who had lived for 28 years worshipped Long Fei like she worshipped a hero. Leader frowned. He saw Long Fei's every action very clearly and analyzed continuously in his mind. It was impossible to analyze anything. Even more so, did not know how Long Fei managed to break through just by killing a single person. I don't know why the wounds on his body healed immediately. However, as the captain of the Imperial Guards, his mission was everything. Failure meant death. Clan extermination. Therefore, they never failed. The man said in a deep voice, "Go." The remaining 11 people's gazes darkened, gritted their teeth and looked at Long Fei. Long Fei smirked and chuckled. "Little scum, come quickly." The 11 players looked at each other and rushed out at the same time. Long Fei secretly laughed and said, "Right now it is a 6th-level ethereal opening cultivator." Long Fei rushed out, and at this moment Leader also moved at the same time. Boom! It landed right behind Xian Yu and grabbed onto Xian Yu's hair. With a fierce tug, a venomous dagger appeared in his right hand and he placed it against Xian Yu's neck. "Try moving another one." Long Fei's body sank and stopped in place. The 11 people pounced at the same time and pressed Long Fei to the ground. "Humph! You want to fight me? You're courting death." Leader suddenly let go of the black jade and punched Long Fei in the abdomen. Pfft! Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, and his abdomen began to hurt. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. "Master!" Xian Yu shouted and wanted to rush over. The right hand of the leader pointed at the dagger, then pointed at the spirit jade's lower jaw. "Try moving one." Xian Yu also stopped. The corners of Leader's eyes turned sinister as he looked at Xian Yu with a lecherous glint in his eyes. "The #1 beauty in the Empire, I didn't believe it in the past but I have seen it today. You caused me to lose 4 brothers, today I must let my living brothers have a good time." Slash! The man's rough hands directly tore off the profound jade's outer garment, revealing a large piece of skin as white as snow and a white silk undergarment. 2 or 8 years had passed, and he had already matured. Their snow-white skin made them gulp a mouthful of saliva. Each and every one of them revealed an excited and sinister smile. Compared to a princess, her skin is thousands of times better. "Ha ha! I can't take it anymore. Boss, you go first." Crunch, crunch. One beast after another exploded. Xian Yu's tears also began to drip down as she clutched her chest, her body shivering. Leader looked at her pitiful appearance and grabbed her lower jaw. He laughed lewdly. "In the past, when you were high and mighty, everyone would kneel down and worship you. Now, kneel down." Bam! The man pressed down hard. Xian Yu kneeled down on the ground and kneeled at the same level as Leader's belt. Lifeguard of Chen's family had never lost, their defeat meant death. They had always been successful, and had always been unrestrained. For example, if they captured a city they would be in a frenzy for 3 days and 3 nights. Now that they had captured the princess, they were just as crazy. "Enough!" Long Fei suddenly exclaimed. Leader's gaze turned, looked at Long Fei and laughed. "Do you know why I didn't kill you earlier? I just want you to watch us ravage her. When we've had enough, would you like to have one too? You don't want to miss out on such a great treasure, right?" Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed. Long Fei's gaze turned sinister, with bloodshot eyes. The rage raged. Leader laughed disdainfully. "What? You want to get angry?" Ha ha ha! Another round of sneers. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. Tathagata. Without waiting for him to release it, the man moved and suddenly attacked. His right fist struck Long Fei's abdomen. At the same time, suddenly, The lotus pendant in Long Fei's embrace suddenly flashed with a red light. The red light shone brightly. It exploded in the sky. At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding. System prompt. Evolution completed. Evolution completed? What evolution is complete? Long Fei suddenly remembered that he had just released a drop of his blood essence for the lotus jade pendant to swallow. Who would have thought that the evolution would suddenly be completed? What did he evolve into? Long Fei looked at a little kid who looked like a human in the lotus jade pendant. Damn! What I absorbed just now was blood, not essence. Why evolved into a little kid? What's the use of a little kid? Are you here to cheat me? Can we not? At this time, Leader's fist had already reached Long Fei's abdomen. However, at this moment, the child's eyes opened. Humph! He dares to injure my father? I'll take your life! The little child suddenly moved, landing on Long Fei's abdomen, took out a spear from nowhere, and pierced it towards Leader's fist. Bam! Kacha, kacha, kacha! A series of bone-cracking sounds. Leader's right arm became straight as a spear stabbed into his bone from the center of his bones. In that instant, his face paled and he retreated. The spear was pulled out from his bone marrow, and at that moment, his eyes looked like they were about to burst. A tragic cry, ah! Pain. Unendurable pain. A spear pulled from the bone marrow. A spear pulled from the bone marrow. How much pain was this? An indescribable pain. Moreover, Leader simply could not see the little child, nor could he see the long spear. He could only feel a weapon piercing into his bone marrow. Then pull it out. Leader was in so much pain that he directly chopped off his arm, but he did not have the strength to do so. Her face was as white as paper, and even her hair was trembling. She stared at Long Fei with a head full of cold sweat, and at Long Fei's abdomen. The surrounding people were also stunned. Long Fei obviously did not do anything. Why did the party leader suddenly receive such a heavy injury? Long Fei himself was a little dumbfounded. Heh heh. Hurt my father? Come again. Hee hee. See who hurt who? The little kid jumped up, just like the little Neza in the cartoon, waving the red tassel spear in his hands in abnormal joy. Long Fei became even more confused than before, and said, "He was injured to this extent by you?" The little child confidently said, "He wanted to hurt Daddy first." "Wait. Tell me, who's your father?" Long Fei felt his scalp go numb. The child said, "You, Daddy, don't tell me you want to go back on your words? You don't want me anymore, do you?" You. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Finally. "Wow." He started crying loudly. Long Fei said as her head swelled up, "Don't cry for now, I'll ask you first." The little child, wah 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 wah. "Daddy doesn't want me anymore, Daddy doesn't want me anymore, wow wow wow." He didn't even give Long Fei the chance to speak. Hearing the child's cry, Long Fei felt like his head was about to explode, and he said, "I didn't say I don't want you." The little child immediately stopped crying and said, "Really? Would you really want me? You won't lose me, will you? I don't want to be an orphan. I don't want to grow up alone without a parent and no one to rely on." F***ck. Are you talking about me? Long Fei said fiercely. He felt that this was how he grew up. Since childhood, he had no one to rely on, and did not know who his parents were. It was a terrible feeling. The little child's expression was serious as he said, "Since father grew up like this, then you should cherish me even more. If you haven't received your parents' love, I will make sure you receive your son's care." Why does that sound so awkward? Long Fei muttered to himself, "All right, let's not talk about that now. I promise you that I won't abandon you. Even if it's going to be difficult, I will still raise you up. But there is something that I must know." The little child looked at Long Fei with wide eyes. "Daddy, speak." "Don't call me Dad for now," Long Fei said. The child immediately began to cry again, saying, "Daddy doesn't want me anymore, Daddy doesn't want me anymore." Long Fei. Don't cry, you can call me whatever you want, right? The little kid said, Then I'll call you? Long Fei was afraid and said, Don't cry, just scream at will. The little child giggled and said, Grandson. Long Fei. Come out here and see if I don't beat the crap out of you. I'll use your surname. Old Fire was raging. The child said, You were the one who said to call me whatever you want. Long Fei. The little child giggled and said, Daddy, don't be angry. I was joking with you. You are my darling daddy, my best daddy, the most handsome daddy in the world. Long Fei's anger disappeared. Let's hear it again, especially the last sentence. The child said, You're my most handsome father. That's more like it. Long Fei said, All right, now I ask you, since you say that you are my son, then I want to know a question. Who gave birth to you? This is an important issue. Long Fei had only provided a drop of blood essence, so no matter how powerful the lotus jade pendant was, it couldn't bear to give birth to a child, right? Moreover, no matter how retarded Long Fei was, he should at least know that sperm needed the combination of an egg to give birth to a new life. To take a step back, this was a world where anything was possible. However, this child was born to be able to speak, act coquettishly, and pretend to cry. What was even more amazing was that he could still hurt others. Was there really such an awesome little kid? Genius? Super genius? Monster? These words could not describe him at all. The child said, Did you give birth to it? Long Fei. He was speechless again. I am a man, how can I have a child? The child said, Then I don't know. All right. Long Fei asked, And who is your mother? The child said, You. Long Fei. His head was about to explode. I'm both a father and a mother? You can even have children? Long Fei's brain wasn't strong enough. He saw the little kid wearing a child's apron and a whip that shot into the sky, and would play with the spear every now and then. If it wasn't for the windfire wheel beneath his feet, Long Fei would really think that he was Neza who had transformed into a lotus. Thinking about lotuses, Long Fei's heart trembled again. A jade pendant. He touched it in his bosom. Nothing. Long Fei immediately asked, Where's the jade pendant? The child said, What jade pendant? I don't know. Long Fei said, It's the jade pendant that gave birth to you just now. How could you not know about it? It was clearly there just now. Why did it disappear? The little child said, I don't know, Daddy. I'm really hungry. Do you have a grandmother to eat? Long Fei. It was also at this time. Leader endured the pain, stared at Long Fei and said, Kill him! There were too many oddities on Long Fei's body, so he quickly broke through and recovered instantly. And then, that one move almost took his life. He had to get rid of him first. Everyone was startled. The 11 people all made their moves at the same time, bombarding Long Fei's entire body. You want to hurt my father again? Humph. If I don't show you guys something, do you think that my father is easy to bully? The little kid suddenly stood up and the red tassel's spear in his hand shook. The moment those people's attacks landed on Long Fei's body. Bang, bang, bang. The little child brandished the red tassel's spear, the spear shadows appearing one after another. And then, the throats of the Imperial Guards were punctured by the spear and their bodies were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, they were nailed to a tree tens of meters away. 11 of them were killed at the same time. Humph! The little child let out a vicious cry, then he smacked his lips and said, Daddy, do you have a grandmother to drink? Long Fei was stunned once again. Holy sh*t. What kind of power is this? This child is too heaven-defying, isn't he? The strongest among the 11 guards was at the 8th level of ethereal opening, and the little kid did not kill anyone. A system notification sounded out in Long Fei's mind. It was exactly the same as when he killed her. Looking at the cute and lifeless look on the little child's face, Long Fei laughed. I made it, I picked up a super son for free, ha ha. Not showing, not revealing. Not showing, not revealing. It was completely hidden within Long Fei's body, which others could not see through at all. The key was, this little guy was quite valiant. How strong was he? Long Fei didn't know either. Heh heh. Long Fei was secretly excited, looking at the last Qin family guard. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer, and he said, the feng shui cycle is changing. Now I will give you two choices. One is to eat your own shit, and the other is to die. The captain of the guards was severely injured. His arm was in severe pain. Because of the pain, he couldn't use his strength. The guard captain stared at Long Fei and said, Kid, do you know who I am? Long Fei asked. Does this old man care who you are? The captain's eyes turned vicious as he looked at the mysterious jade that was not far behind him. Xian Yu was still trembling on the side. He was extremely afraid. Even when Long Fei had killed all of the lifeguard of Chen's family, she was still unable to recover from her fear. With an ashen face, she placed her hands on her chest, and her lips continuously trembled. Long Fei said lightly, if you touch even a single strand of her hair, I will wring your head off. The power of the Nether Passage realm surged. He waved his right hand. A thick palm force was unleashed. The captain of the guards had a sinister look on his face. If you can kill me, I will kill her as well. How about this? If you let me leave, I won't touch her. After saying that, the guard captain's injured arm fell to the ground. His body slightly leaned forward. His entire body was as tense as a leopard ready to pounce. Her eyes were determined. The eyes that seemed to be on the edge of life and death were either meant to kill or kill each other. Long Fei knew that this kind of person was like a wolf. Either he didn't bite, or else he would never let go once he bit. Other than this, although he had reached the 8th level of the ethereal opening realm, he did not have absolute confidence in dealing with the guard's bill. The guard captain's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at Long Fei. He retreated slightly, returning to the side of Xian Yu. Long Fei said lightly, I only have one life. If I die, I will have nothing else. The corners of the captain's eyes twitched. He was struggling in his heart. If he failed the quest, he would die even if he went back. Why not? Long Fei was very concerned about Xian Yu's life. As long as he kept the profound jade tightly in his grasp, then Long Fei would have no choice but to submit to him, and at that time, malice arose in his heart. The guard captain's hand suddenly reached out and locked onto Xuan Yu's throat. In that instant, Long Fei said solemnly, You're courting death. His figure disappeared and he jumped into the air, his palm striking down towards the guard captain. Buddha palm technique. Boom! A golden palm fell from the sky. He was one of those people who wandered through the gates of hell, and it was unknown how many times he had experienced life and death situations. Facing the huge force of the palm, he immediately made a decision and pulled out a dagger, pointing it at his own hand. His arm fiercely slashed down. Crack! The injured arm was severed. The pain of losing an arm was extremely excruciating, but at the same time, it also caused the suppression from his body to disappear. He stared at Long Fei, who was in the air, and bellowed, Kid, I'll remember you. Boom. His footsteps exploded, and he shot out like a sharp arrow. He instantly disappeared into the dark forest. In the moment between life and death, the guard captain used all his might to escape. Adding his cultivation to the fact that he was much stronger than Long Fei, he disappeared in an instant. Long Fei retracted the energy in his palm and landed on the ground. Looking at the guard captain who had escaped, he did not chase after him. He did not know how many people lifeguard of Chen's family had sent. If he continued to chase her, he was worried that something might happen to her. Furthermore, Xian Yu was still in a state of panic, so he had to leave as soon as possible. Long Fei newly put on the torn clothes made from profound jade, lightly patted her back and comforted her. It's okay now. The black jade suddenly hugged onto Long Fei tightly and started to bawl. Whoa! Tears welled up in his eyes. His body was pressed tightly against Long Fei. The two of them were not wearing much clothes in the first place, so at such a close distance, they suddenly stuck to each other. In that instant, Long Fei's body felt like it had been electrocuted. The worst part was, there was always a voice in Long Fei's mind. Daddy hungry. Eating grandma. Father hungry, eat grandma. The little child's stomach growled. He also looked at Long Fei with a dazed and moaning expression. Suddenly, the little child stopped crying. His eyes shone. Milk, milk, I want to drink milk. Long Fei's eyes froze, and the lump of flesh on the profound jade that was stuck to his chest. Immediately, Long Fei fiercely pushed away the profound jade and said, Why are you crying? What are you afraid of? Master is here? Will I not protect you? Stop crying. He immediately became furious. The profound jade was instantly scared stiff by Long Fei. Suppressing her tears, she sobbed softly. Just now, I was almost. Isn't there none? Long Fei stared at the black jade and said, Don't be afraid, with me here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Put on your clothes and quickly leave this place. Aha! The profound jade wiped away her tears, stood up, looked at Long Fei's furious face, and said, Master, don't be angry, I won't be so useless in the future. Long Fei said arrogantly, That's more like it. However, he was secretly complaining in his heart, Damn, just a little bit more. If they were to stick together like that, he would really worry that the little child would directly drink his milk, and the result would be. Long Fei felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. Sigh. If I didn't have this kid, then I could at least eat more tofu just now. Now that he's here. In the future, he will probably eat all of the tofu first. So bitter. Long Fei secretly complained. The little child became even more boisterous. Milk, milk, I want to drink milk. Daddy, I'm hungry, I want to drink milk. He was crying really hard. Long Fei's heart also ached when he heard this. Looking at the profound jade's protruding chest, he asked a little embarrassedly, do you have milk? Xian Yu was stunned. She lowered her head to look at her chest and her cheeks flushed red. I'm not married yet. How about milk? That's true. Long Fei was a little embarrassed. Milk, milk, I want to drink milk. Eat milk, eat milk. His scalp went numb from the ruckus. Long Fei had no choice but to say in the end, Other than drinking milk, can you eat anything else? The little child replied, No, I want to drink milk. Long Fei. Looking at the grilled meat, Long Fei took a bite and said, Then what do we do? This is just a desolate place, where can I get some milk for you? The little kid said, I don't care, I just want to eat grandma. What's this? Suddenly, Long Fei felt that the piece of roasted meat in his hand suddenly disappeared, and the little kid took a big bite, directly chewing and eating it a few times, then the two started glowing and said, Delicious, delicious! Without waiting for Long Fei's consent, all that was left of the roasted meat in his hand was a bare bone. Long Fei said bitterly, Another glutton! More! 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 I want more! A baby-sized baby doll should have eaten even more than Long Fei. He ate half of a wild boar. Moreover, his stomach was not big at all, it was as if he hadn't eaten anything. Long Fei said depressingly, In the end, how did you change it? The little child said in all seriousness, You changed me. Hee. Dad, your roasted meat is really not bad, deceiving quite a few girls, right? The little child looked at Xian Yu and snickered. Your eyesight isn't bad. Long Fei glared at him, Eat your flesh. The child chewed on the barbecue and muttered, It means that his aptitude has yet to reach the divine level. His mouth was filled with meat, and his speech was unclear. Long Fei did not listen seriously either. Long Fei sensed the situation slightly and released the beast. A few minutes later, he said, "This area is very safe, there are no Imperial guards chasing after us." They had been running for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, and also changed the direction of the Xian pavilion. With their speed, it would not be difficult for them to chase him. In this case, the lifeguard of Chen's family was chasing them in the wrong direction. Xian Yu nodded and said, "If Master didn't have you, I wouldn't even know what to do. Once I get to Xian Pavilion, I'll get my aunt to give you whatever you want." Long Fei waved his hand. "I didn't save you to get what I want. Actually, Long Fei had already obtained something powerful enough. He already had a son. What else do you want?" Right now, he was afraid that Xian Yu would ask him to return the jade pendant to her, so he really didn't know how to take it out. Long Fei continued, "Besides, I'm your master, aren't I supposed to protect you?" He knew that Xian Yu was clear that he was not a master, but she did not reveal anything. This was better, and it would not be that awkward. On the other hand, ever since her clothes had been torn by the guard captain last time, she had left quite a scar in her heart, and she became even more dependent on Long Fei. Xian Yu looked at Long Fei and leaned towards his side. At this moment, the child immediately became excited. "Grandma, Grandma!" Long Fei's expression changed as he immediately maintained a certain distance from Xian Yu and said, "Rest well, I'll look around." Then he walked into the woods. Xian Yu looked at the back of Long Fei's figure as she walked far away, her small mouth lightly pouting as she muttered, "Are you a man or not?" As Long Fei walked into the darkness, the profound jade once again let out a giggle. Hee. She felt more at ease. Long Fei entered the forest and immediately said, "Come out." The little child, "Daddy, are you calling me?" "Yes. It's you. I have something to discuss with you." Long Fei was very depressed, although he did not want to have any random love encounters in this different world. But if there were physical needs that could be solved, shouldn't they be solved? Furthermore, the black jade was a top-quality item. He could clearly feel that Xian Yu wanted to throw herself into his arms several times, but at the most critical moment, his son would start screaming for milk. This made him very depressed. The little child's will form moved, and directly landed in front of Long Fei. Only Long Fei himself could see that it was about the size of a ginseng child. "Father, what orders do you have?" The little child looked at Long Fei with a serious expression. Long Fei did not dawdle and directly said, "If you call me father, then I will also recognize you as my son, but for fathers to fathers and sons to sons, there are some things that should be made clear." The child said, "Father, please speak." 1. When I'm picking up girls, when girls are going to throw themselves at me, you can't say anything, you can't touch girls' bodies, you can only sleep, you can't see, you can't hear, do you understand? The child nodded and said, "I've remembered it. Where's the second one?" Long Fei said, "The second one, remember the first one. The third one, remember the first one." This was only the beginning. If the little child asked the big-breasted girl for milk, what would Long Fei do? The child nodded and said, "Father, I'll remember it." Very obedient. Long Fei was satisfied. "Very good, now tell me what you remembered." The child said, "When father is picking up girls, I want to pretend to be blind, deaf and stupid. Anyway, I can't ruin father's good fortune." While speaking, his eyes became pitiful again, as if he was about to be abandoned by Long Fei. Long Fei was startled. Seeing his pitiful look, she pained again. All right, pretend I didn't say anything. Seeing your pitiful look, those who don't know it would think I was going to throw you into an orphanage." He sighed in his heart. He had been defeated by the little child. Hee. Long live Daddy. Daddy is the best. From a pitiful child to a happy little sparrow, he was extremely happy. Seeing his happy look, Long Fei could only give up. "Father, don't worry. If I meet Mother, I will create conditions for you. The woman by your side is not bad, but she isn't good enough for you. At most, she can only be your bedmaid. A princess of a country can only be a warm bedmaid? Moreover, Xian Yu's cultivation wasn't high, but his talent and potential was extremely high, just a little bit away from reaching the divine level. From the first moment the little child saw her, he already knew, but he still didn't think much of it. How high was his sight? Long Fei didn't know what the little child was thinking. She gently patted his head and said, "All right, go back and rest." "N." The child replied, "Father, I don't have a name yet." "That's right." Only now did Long Fei remember, and said, "What name do you want?" The little child said, "Whatever Father gives me, I want to like it. If Father really cannot remember, then I can recommend myself. For example, the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Ancestors, or even Boss Long Fei glared. "I think your name is Long Xiang." The little kid immediately shrunk back and giggled. "Long Xiang, this word, I like it. My name is Long Xiang." Long Fei was stunned. Seeing the little kid's expression that he liked, he immediately said, "That's not a good name. I'm Long Fei, you're Long Xiang. Those of us who don't know each other would think that we're brothers." "Your name is Long Lu. Dragon descent?" the child chanted. Long Fei continued, "I even gave you a nickname." The child asked, "What's his name?" Long Fei said, "Neza." His appearance was very similar to Neza in the cartoons, and he also used a spear. Adding his super strength, the name Neza was very suitable for him. Most importantly, Neza was also the incarnation of a lotus flower. The little kid was also evolved from a lotus jade pendant. Neza. The little child muttered to himself, "I like the name Neza." 3 months. 3 months. Ever since he changed his route, Long Fei had not been chased by the lifeguard of Chen's family. The journey could be said to be a sightseeing trip, and it was a very enjoyable one. Xian Yu also walked out from the shadows, talking and laughing along the way, just like a happy little butterfly. Long Fei encountered very few demon beasts. He started to doubt whether there were any demon beast in this plane. He had only met 2 demon beasts a whole 3 months ago, and the highest ranked one was still the secondary demon beast. Until now, Long Fei's body had also been at the 2nd level as well. This kind of body wasn't even able to withstand the power of a Nether Passage realm martial practitioner. There was no other way. There was simply no way to find a stronger demon beast to hunt. However, there were quite a few wild beasts, and they basically never stopped hunting along the way. They basically served Xian Yu and Neza's stomachs, and the 2 of them were like 2 super big stomach kings, always eating and not getting fat at all. Long Fei was extremely depressed, becoming their slave along the way. However, the bitter days were finally coming to an end. Long Fei stood on top of the mountain and looked at the city far away, saying, "Ahead should be the Xian city, after the Xian city is the Xian pavilion, you are about to arrive." A look of pleasant surprise flashed past Xian Yu's eyes, but soon after, she became a little lonely and said, "Master, why don't you follow me to the Xian pavilion as well?" Long Fei said, "I would like to go, but with my strength, even with my talent, I will not be able to enter." In this plane, the Xian Pavilion and the Divine Sect were the 2 strongest sections. The disciples inside were all extremely talented geniuses. In addition to having a talent, they also needed someone to recommend them. If there wasn't an elder-level person to recommend them, then no matter how high their talent was, they might not be able to enter. Then again, Long Fei still had a mission. His purpose in coming here was to look for the 7-flame flower, and only when he found it, would the dimension door open up, allowing him to return to the Hall of Eternal Life, and be able to train his super-strong alchemy technique with the Hall Master. It was only from the Hall of Eternal Life's dimension door that he could return to the universal realm. To the current plane, he was just a passerby. Xian Yu said. My aunt is an elder of the Xian Pavilion. If she recommends you, you can definitely go in. Long Fei waved his hand. Forget it, don't make things difficult for your aunt. The black jade pulled at the corner of Long Fei's clothes and said, Master, just promise me, just come with me to Xian Pavilion. Come on, just promise me. She was always acting like a spoiled child. This was Long Fei's fatal weakness, and he said, all right, I'll try my best. He thought to himself, maybe the 7-flame flower is in the Xian Pavilion? Enter the city, enter the city, enter the city. Father, enter the city and eat delicious food. Neza screamed non-stop and saliva dripped from his mouth. Long Fei shook his head and laughed bitterly. I admire you, you glutton. Not long later, the two of them walked towards the Xian city. The city was magnificent, with unfathomable mystical arts within. Long Fei glanced at the city gate. Neza immediately said, There's a profound formation. Long Fei said, You know about it again? Neza said, Of course, I can tell at a glance what is good or bad. For example, if you look at the city guards on both sides of the moat, they also have a little bit of Xian energy on them. Profound strength. The cultivation strength of the disciples of Xian Pavilion. It was a sublimated version of the spiritual energy. A mere city guards could have profound strength? So awesome? Long Fei had some understanding of this world. He did not believe that these ordinary guards had profound strength. Neza didn't explain any further. He felt like he was returning home, and wanted nothing more than to charge into the city and eat him for 3 days and 3 nights. Long Fei also followed his urging and quickly entered the Xian city. Long Fei was secretly surprised when he entered the city. He could be considered someone who had seen the world. What large city or great sect hadn't he seen? But the feeling the Xian city gave him was completely different. Walking into the Xian city felt like walking into a huge, profound art mechanism. Every step was different. It was like falling into a trap if one took a wrong step. Also, it was the same for the people on the street. Each of them wore a different set of clothes. Just like the top-quality armor in the game, a certain person exuded a strong power. Seeing Long Fei's shocked expression, Xian Yu laughed. Xian city is very powerful, right? This place is known as the #1 city in the world. Even the sacred city of the celestial sect cannot reach it. I heard ants say that besides being a city, Xian city was also the great protective formation for the Xian Pavilion. However, in the past thousands of years, no one else had been able to activate the formation, and even less had been able to break it. Xian Yu was extremely excited as she spoke. It was exactly as she said. The Xian city was filled with endless mysteries. It was just the word Xian. However, Neza coldly snorted, Tisk. Long Fei said slightly, This is the first time I've heard of a profound formation. At this moment, Xian Yu looked into the distance and immediately revealed a smile, saying, Master, my senior brother is here. It seems like Aunt already knew that I was coming. For young geniuses, dressed in gorgeous profound clothing, with profound crowns on their heads, released their profound energy with a single cry, which caused countless people on both sides of the street to raise their eyebrows, all of them revealing expressions of envy. Disciple of the Xian Pavilion. Who is this person? Fuck, you don't even know him? Are you from a countryside? The entire Xian city. In fact, in the entire continent, who doesn't know his name? Xian Pavilion's #1 disciple, reputed to be the world's #1 profound child, and his own name is named after the word profound sky. He's Xian Tian? So handsome. So amazing, it's good enough that you can marry him. Countless street girls were screaming. Xian Tian didn't even spare him a glance as he continued staring at the profound jade in the distance. His eyes were blazing. Only when he saw Long Fei, who was beside Xian Yu, his eyebrows lightly knitted together as he gave a short glance. With just a glance, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he completely ignored Long Fei. Xian Tian ignored Long Fei, but the two Xian Pavilion disciples by his side did not, so he moved even faster towards Long Fei's side. Xian Yu revealed a smile and said, "Senior brother." Xian Tian was modest and polite, like a gentleman. He gently said, "Junior sister, thank you for your hard work along the way." Xian Yu replied, it's not hard at all. Senior brother, let me explain, this is..." Without waiting for her to make an introduction, Xian Tian directly interrupted her. "I've been very worried about you along the way. Even Uncle Master and the rest of the elders are worried." He simply did not want to get to know Long Fei. To him, there was no need at all to get to know Long Fei. It was also at this time. Long Fei said, "You are already safe, it's time for me to leave and busy myself with my own matters." After he finished speaking, Long Fei turned around and was about to leave. It was also at this time. The two disciples immediately blocked Long Fei's path. Xian Tian's eyes flashed as he sneered, "Leave? I didn't agree. Where are you going?" Long Fei turned around to look at Xian Tian and asked, "What do you mean?" Xian Tian disdainfully replied, "The meaning is very simple. Come with me." As soon as he finished, the two disciples immediately pressed down on Long Fei's shoulders. Long Fei said in a faint voice, "And if I don't agree?" Xian Tian sneered, "Do you think you have a choice? Trash at the Nether Passage realm." Long Fei was very unhappy to hear the word trash. He was annoyed, but Neza was even more annoyed. "You called my dad trash, are you ready to die?" The word trash displeased Long Fei. The word trash displeased Long Fei. The most annoying word. Neza was even more unhappy. "You're calling my dad trash? Let's see who is the trash." As soon as he finished, the power in Long Fei's body surged, boom. A surge of power rumbled through the skies. The number one genius of Xian Pavilion. His strength was extraordinary, his talent was supernatural, he was a dragon among men, a favored son of heaven, the shining star of Xian Pavilion. But, in that split second, he retreated with explosive speed, both eyes popping out. His body caved in as he frantically retreated. He even let out a series of pig-slaughtering howls. "Ah, ah, ah." Everyone looked at him. Countless people were stunned on the spot. What's wrong? Isn't that the youngest genius of Xian Pavilion, Xian Tian? Why was it suddenly sent flying backwards? Who is it? Who's so strong? That's Mysterious Sky, the strongest genius among the young generation of Xian Pavilion. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Many people rubbed their eyes, staring at Xian Tian, who was still flying backwards. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was all too unreal. Xian Yu was also stunned on the spot. What's going on with senior brother Xian Tian? Bam! He crashed into a wall 300 meters away. His body sank and the wall cracked. Both of Xian Tian's eyes were burning. He straightened his body and dashed out of the wall. With a flick of his hands, he sent out a series of punches. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the air. The profound energy around him swirled like a vortex. The crowd was in an uproar again. What a strong, profound strength! Senior brother is truly worthy of being called the senior brother of the profound sky continent. The power that erupted is too fierce. Ha ha ha! It's about to explode. The number one genius of the Xian Pavilion is about to explode. Everyone was waiting for the eruption of the mysterious sky sect. The entire Xian city knew the true strength of the number one genius, sent flying just like that? Completely unacceptable. It was impossible. It was just that. When everyone was waiting for Xian Tian to explode and beat Long Fei to a pulp. Tch. Neza coldly sneered, looking down on him. Ugh. Walala. Xian Tian's face was pale and his stomach churned. Then, he violently vomited. A sour and smelly liquid shot out from his throat like a fountain. His entire body fell to his knees in an instant as he vomited. Ugh! Ugh! Number one genius? The brightest star? To be the focus of tens of thousands of people? Right now, he was like a pile of mud, unable to even stand up. If they had been ambushed just now, no one would have been able to accept that. Then, right now, everyone's hearts were filled with doubts. Is he really the number one genius of the Xian Pavilion? Is he really Xian Tian? Isn't this too weak? Damn, I'm blind. How could I worship such a person? Long Fei secretly thought and said, Neza, is this because of you? There was a question in his voice. Neza stubbornly said, it was him who called Daddy trash. Long Fei was secretly pleased. Having such a superb son was truly an explosion of luck, but kids still have to set up the sunshine, the idea. Long Fei said indifferently, if anything happens, father will help out. If something like this happens in the future, just beat him to the ground and he won't be able to get up. Neza. He nodded obediently and replied, yes. Long Fei smiled with satisfaction and said, that's more like it. And then, the corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up, and he couldn't help but ask while looking at the distant Xian Tian who was violently puking, so this is the number one genius of the Xian Pavilion? The number one trash should be about right. No one saw Long Fei make a move. No one knew why Xian Tian was like this. Many people were stupefied. The Xian Pavilion disciple holding on to Long Fei's arm shouted, you dare insult senior brother? You dog, I think you're tired of living. As soon as he finished, he was about to attack Long Fei. However, boom, boom. With two unfathomable collisions of power, the two disciples were directly sent flying into the air, before freely falling to the ground, falling onto the ground and not moving at all. Long Fei thought in his heart, well done. Neza giggled and said, Daddy, I'll help you beat up 3 people. Their weights are 146, 137, and 150 pounds respectively. These are converted into roasted meat. Long Fei. Neza giggled, then it's decided. Profound Jade looked at the 2 unconscious people on the ground, then looked at the distant Xian Tian who was still violently vomiting, and said, Master, it's… Long Fei shrugged and said, I didn't do anything. Xian Yu was not stupid. Just now, Xian Tian had to defend Long Fei as he held her captive. Facing the humiliation Xian Tian predicted, he was also extremely displeased. However, without waiting for her to do anything, the 3 of them fell to the ground. Master is indeed master. Xian Yu secretly thought. At this moment, clap clap, clap clap. Good inner force. Quietly, strength comes from the heart. Heart moving, strength moving. Inner strength is as strong as a mountain. No wonder it could create a huge crater of 30 meters in length with a single palm. Powerful, truly powerful. Amongst the crowd, an old man in a robe stroked his back. He had a faint smile on his face. His eyes were like an eagle's, staring straight at Long Fei. He slowly walked out. His eyes were sharp. His temples swelled up. He was definitely an expert. And it was that kind of inner strength expert. The streets were crowded on both sides, and because Xian Tian had appeared, Long Fei's surroundings were even more crowded. However, the elder walked out from the crowd without any obstruction. The people around him were pushed aside without even knowing it. As he took a step forward, the ground slightly shook and sand and gravel started to jump. The air was filled with a vigorous aura. Pressure. An inexplicable pressure. The old man's aura of strength was completely different from the aura from Xian Tian. One could tell with a single glance that he was not from the same sect. Long Fei immediately placed the profound jade behind him, and said with a faint sound, Hide behind me. Xian Yu also realized that the old man's strength was very strong, so she listened obediently. At this moment, Xian Tian stopped vomiting, his eyes malevolent. With a loud roar, all of the profound energy in his body exploded forth, and his body shot straight towards Long Fei like a rocket. However, without waiting for him to get close to Long Fei, the old man moved his right hand slightly. A whirlpool of energy appeared under his palm and he pushed. Boom! He was sent flying and crashed to the ground, unconscious. The number 1 genius of Xian Pavilion? It should be the number 1 tragedy of Xian Pavilion. The old man gave a light push with his palm, and didn't even look at Xian Tian, but looked at Long Fei instead, and smiled faintly. Little brother, as long as you hand over the girl behind you, nothing will happen to you. A simple sentence. However, each word was laced with a thick killing intent. Long Fei's mouth hooked up and said, "What if I don't hand it over?" The elder smiled faintly and said, "If you don't hand it over, this old man will make his move." The old man said indifferently. The old man said indifferently. The power of his body formed a vortex, and the robe beneath his feet fluttered without wind. In an instant, the audience around him was forced back a few meters. He clenched his fists. Roar, roar! The 2 demon beasts bellowed. The old man's sleeves moved up and his muscles expanded. If his clothes were torn, then his body would definitely look like a monster. With such a dense and pure energy, Long Fei thought of Li Yuanba. However, the old man in front of him was a bit more powerful. A single punch could either kill or cripple him. It was incomparably dangerous. The old man said, "Little brother, I don't want to become enemies with you. Hand her over, and you and I will both be good." Long Fei said, "If you want to fight, then hurry up." The corners of the old man's eyes narrowed. In that instant, the power of lightning suddenly moved. Boom! The ground beneath his feet caved in, and a deep footprint appeared. 2 fists flew out. Before the fist arrived, the strong wind arrived first. After smashing his way in front of Long Fei, his long hair flew horizontally, and his buns scattered. As if he had been slashed by a blade, Long Fei's body became a little unsteady, and he slowly slid backwards. Lei Gang from the Divine Sect. Innate semi-god body. He doesn't cultivate god power, nor does he cultivate profound strength. He specializes in the body, so his body should be at the peak of the demon body, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to release such a rich inner strength. The Divine Sect actually sent out an expert like Lei Gang. It seems that the vice sect master of the Divine Sect is really concerned about that thing. How can I not be concerned? That thing is an ancient spiritual treasure, who wouldn't care? But over 300 Xians were all killed, and only this single seedling remains in the entire imperial city. Whether she had that thing on her body or not might be hard to say. I'm afraid only she knows. How many moves do you think this kid can take? 3 moves at most. I bet 5 moves. Let's bet on a jar of top-grade dragon's saliva. It takes 300 years to brew a pot, and I only finished it last month, you already know that? Ha ha. It's a bet. Heh heh. Senior Brother Chun, you are just waiting to give me the dragon's saliva, ha ha. You brew wine and I'll drink it. Not far away, on the roof of a tavern, 2 middle-aged men dressed in white watched Long Fei as he conversed on the street. Elder Xian Pavilion. Not many people knew of their existence. At this time, many people's gazes were fixated on Long Fei, and simply did not pay attention to the few people on the roof. The strong wind raged. Long Fei slid backwards, but his eyes didn't flash with a concrete look. In fact, they were filled with anticipation because the old man in front of him had a very high cultivation base. Very high. It was so high that Long Fei couldn't even find it using the system. The system can only check the same level. The old man was in a realm that was way beyond Long Fei's. He was able to see a blood groove in his life. What was the quantity? He couldn't see any levels at all. And it was also because of this that Long Fei's eyes burned with passion, and he said to himself, "Neza, knock him out." Neza grinned and said, "Daddy, this old man is pretty strong. If I want to do it, you have to pay double the price." "Okay." Long Fei immediately agreed. Not to mention double the amount of roasted meat, even if it was 10 times more, he would still agree. As long as he could defeat the old man, he would be able to obtain Lei Gang's cultivation realm. "Receive my punch." Lei Gang's sword-like eyebrows fiercely slanted as the thick energy around his body poured into his fist and smashed down onto Long Fei's chest. Neza's eyes moved. He also threw a punch at the same time. Bam! Long Fei raised his right fist and poured his son's power into it. Boom! The two fists collided. Long Fei's fist was in pain, his level 2 body was unable to take it anymore, his entire right arm was as though it was crippled, and his body also exploded as he retreated a few steps. However, Long Fei still firmly protected the profound jade behind his back. However, Lei Gang was forced 10 steps back, and his face was flushed red. The punch just now had numbed his arm. Not only his fist, his entire body was trembling in discomfort. What a formidable strength! Again. 8 unity! Lei Gang roared out, all 8 of his acupoints suddenly released a buzzing sound, as though they were opening a floodgate. Power gathered. It instantly froze. He held it in his hand like it was real. He had only used half of his power just now, but this time, he was using the upper body technique and the 8 trigrams power. The faces of the 2 elders from the Xian pavilion trembled. "Isn't that a little too much? Directly use this power? Then he's trying to blast this brat to death. AI, there are only 2 moves left in 3 moves. This 8 fusions technique is about to send this brat to the heavens. Should we come forward? Senior Brother Chin, you can't do that. If you make a move, you will lose, and I will drink your dragon's saliva. Do you only know how to drink and forget about the mission given to us by the sect leader? What if that thing is with this kid?" Their gazes turned cold. At this moment, Lei Gang's 8 stages of power had already been unleashed. Violent winds raged, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. It was as if the entire scene was in the eye of hurricane. The power of the 8 trigrams was too strong. Long Fei swallowed and said, "Can it work? If that's not possible, then let's endure for now." A little worried. After these few months of being in contact with Neza, Long Fei had truly treated Neza as his own child. Whenever Neza wanted meat, he would find a way to get it. Facing such a powerful force, Long Fei was also a little worried in his heart. Neza giggled and said, "Daddy, don't worry, I'm very strong." As soon as he finished, Neza's 2 small eyes suddenly became angry and he snorted softly. "Turn around." Long Fei's body immediately floated into the air. His body also swelled up. Lei Gang's fist came down, 8 harmonies. Neza also shouted, "I'll send you flying." Rumble. His fist suddenly exploded as he met the other fist head-on. The 2 fists collided. Lei Gang instantly flew out from the tornado of power. Long Fei stood in place without moving an inch. However, Neza's stomach growled, "Daddy, hungry, hungry, very hungry, I want to eat Grandma, I want to eat Grandma." His stomach was growling crazily. Furthermore, he felt extremely hungry, and he couldn't even muster up a bit of energy. Neza was like a deflated balloon. Long Fei also felt his heartache and said, "I'll find you something to eat later." After all, Neza was just a little kid. To be able to send Lei Gang, this kind of super powerhouse, flying was already a power that defied the heavens. Many people did not know that the old man was Divine Sect's Lei Gang, but they could see that the old man's strength was exceptionally ferocious. To be unable to deal with Long Fei just like that, how strong was he? Just when everyone was shocked, a roar came from afar. 10. The sky shook and the world started to shake. 10. 10. In the blink of an eye, the color of the sky changed. The ground trembled and people were unable to stand steadily. The rubble on both sides of the street began to fall down crazily. Boom! 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 Waves of extremely powerful energy attacked from afar with incomparable ferocity. At this moment, the power exploded in an instant. With Long Fei as the center, it formed a circle, with all of its power locking on to Long Fei. It was the same in the sky. The combination of the heaven and earth, every combination of energy was being condensed. Half of Xian City was in a state of shock. Long Fei stood in place. This time, he was immobile, not because he was immobile, but because he could not move at all. He couldn't move. His strength was too strong. Not only Long Fei, the people on both sides of the street were the same as well. Long Fei stopped calling him Neza. Staring at a certain spot with both eyes, he exerted a little strength in his hands. The veins on his body bulged as he said in a deep voice, "Come!" "Ah!" Lei Gang roared. The joint force went berserk all the way, causing the ground to crack. It's really the joint force. Damn, is this Lei Gang crazy? What does he want to do? Does he want to destroy Xian City? No, we can't afford the consequences if we don't act now. If this power completely exploded, at least half of the Xian City would be destroyed. Countless casualties. This was not something that the two Xian Pavilion elders could bear. The two elders glanced at each other and immediately jumped out. However, they were a little too careless and were too slow. Lei Gang was an expert from the divine sect, and furthermore, he was a super powerhouse in physical technique. He had never used the joint force in public before. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. However, 2 consecutive punches were blocked by Long Fei, and he was even at a disadvantage. He had never met anyone stronger than him in body techniques, and that person was a young lad at that. Fall. Lei Gang roared as he detonated joint force with a single punch. Crap. The joint force is too fast. It's detonated. It's over, it's all over. The two elders' expressions changed. They never thought that the joint force would be strong to this extent, completely exceeding their control. With a heavy sound they shouted, "Lei Gang, stop right there! Lei Gang, this is the Xian City. We can't allow you to mess around. Stop! Stop right there!" However, the two of them could not stop calling out the Lei Gang, who had already turned red. Lei Gang did not pay any attention to him. He looked at Long Fei and said, "Block again?" The punch landed heavily. The power of the heaven and earth was rampaging through the void. The two elders' faces became pale. We're finished, the Xian City is going to be destroyed." At this moment, Long Fei was using all of his strength. The joint force was tightly binding him, causing him to be unable to move. However, he was still clenching his teeth and unleashing his strength, releasing a roar. It was also at this time, Neza, who was originally like a deflated balloon, slightly moved. He suddenly stood up and took out his red tasseled spear, staring at Lei Gang and said, "Break!" The red tassel flashed. A spear thrust out. In the air, Lei Gang suddenly screamed in pain. "Ah!" He gathered all of the strength in his body, and his entire body fell from the sky. The right arm was completely dislocated. The spear pierced into his bone marrow, and at the moment he landed, he spasmed. "Ah!" Lei Gang screamed in pain, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The joint force dissipated. The violent movements in the sky and earth disappeared. The power within a radius of several hundred meters disappeared. The pedestrians on both sides of the street also regained their freedom. Their expressions changed slightly. What just happened? Why do I feel like time has suddenly jumped over here? What was that just now? 2 elders of the Xian Pavilion descended, blocking in front of Long Fei. Staring at Lei Gang, they said loudly, "Lei Gang, you want to declare war on the Xian Pavilion?" Lei Gang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked at the two Xian Pavilion elders and said, "I was reckless." F***ck. Long Fei bellowed, "Is apologizing enough?" Neza was already out of strength. He laid on the ground weakly. Long Fei was extremely confused. He only apologized and everything was over? Long Fei madly rushed forward, grabbed Lei Gang by the collar and ruthlessly smashed down with his fist. Lei Gang smashed onto the ground, looked at Long Fei and was a little astonished, and said, "This is not your strength." The moment he was grabbed by Long Fei, he thought that he was going to die, but when Long Fei's fist landed on his body, it didn't hurt at all. Long Fei also saw it very clearly. Miss. It didn't deal any damage. This fellow's body defense was higher than Long Fei's attack damage. Long Fei punched him again. Miss. It was the same as before, he couldn't deal any damage at all. Long Fei was very angry. Lei Gang said, "Use your true strength to be able to die in your hands. I will not have any regrets in my life." He was very calm. Only he knew how powerful the joint force was. Even the peak stage powerhouse would find it hard to resist it, but not only did Long Fei block it, he also blocked his joint force. In his heart, Lei Gang was also rather grateful to Long Fei. If not for Long Fei's slay, he might have brought the divine sect into this war. After all, Xian City was a subordinate land of the Xian Pavilion. If he destroyed this place, the Xian Pavilion would definitely not let it go so easily. Long Fei stared at Lei Gang in anger. He did not care whether he was hit or not, and continued to attack. Seeing Lei Gang apologizing sincerely, the two Xian Pavilion elders did not want to give him too much face. They immediately pulled Long Fei up and said, "Forget it, forget it, forget it." Long Fei fiercely kicked a few times. Looking at the slouching Neza, Long Fei didn't dare to stay any longer. He looked at a tavern not far away and charged straight in. No one knew what he was going to do. The two Xian Pavilion clan elders were stunned. He couldn't have gone to get the kitchen knife, right? Kitchen knives are useless. A normal blade would not even be able to cut Lei Gang's skin. Lei Gang was also stunned. After running into the kitchen, Long Fei did not care about the shocked expressions of the people, and said, "There will be food soon, there will be food soon, everything will be ready soon." Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. Long Fei's hands were as fast as lightning as he crazily sliced his way through the flesh. He chopped the meat into minced meat and added a soup into the boiling water. With some salt added, the meatball soup was finished. "Neza, quick, come eat, eat." Neza laid there softly, not wanting to move at all. "Grandma, Grandma. I want to eat, Grandma. Milk." Long Fei's gaze swept across them, and the few old ladies in the kitchen did not have any milk at all. He once again rushed out, looked at Xian Yu who was not far away, and said, "Do you want her milk?" "Neza, grandmother. Grandmother." Just when Long Fei wanted to rush to Xian Yu's side, suddenly, a man wearing a black robe descended. A black barbarian dragon was embroidered on his black robe. The expression in the eyes of the two Xian Pavilion elders darkened. The Vice Sect Master of the Celestial Sect. See. The saving of the script, again at the end of the year, writing time is uncertain, update time will also be uncertain, sorry. The number of updates would not be low. There would be an update at the end of the month. The Vice Sect Master of the Divine Sect. The Vice Sect Master of the Divine Sect. Yi Shilua, one of the 5 great powerhouse-s of the Divine Sect, was also one of the 10 great powerhouse-s of this plane. His sudden appearance made the entire Xian city quiet down. It was as if time had stopped spinning. Yi Shilua stood behind Xian Yu, his eyes carrying a faint glimmer, took a glance, then looked at the 2 elders from the Xian Pavilion, and said indifferently, "She is a descendant of my divine sect's Xian clan's disciple. Xian's has been massacred, and I brought her back to the divine sect. Do you have any objections? His voice was filled with an intimidating aura. The two elders from the Xian pavilion were simply speechless. It was very uncomfortable. Even if they had any objections, they couldn't say it out loud. It was as if the two of them had lost their voices. Yi Shilua smiled slightly and said, "Since there is no objection, then I will bring her and leave." Finished. Yi Shilua grabbed the profound jade's shoulder, and was about to fly away. "I have an objection." A sudden sound broke the silence. Long Fei shouted and walked over with big strides. Yi Shilua squinted and looked at Long Fei. Interesting. His pressure could crush everyone in Xian City, and Long Fei was also under his pressure, but it was as if Long Fei was not under his pressure, as though there was no restriction at all. Even the Xian Pavilion elders were crushed speechless. How could Long Fei make a sound? When Xian Yu saw Long Fei walking out, she immediately said, "Master, save me. I don't want to go to the divine sect with him. I don't want to." Yi Shilua looked at Long Fei and said indifferently, "Do you have any objections?" Long Fei said, "I am her master, and her business is my business. Didn't you hear that she did not want to go with you?" Yi Shilua asked, "Master?" "Xian's." Long Fei said, "That's right." Yi Shilua looked at Long Fei with eyes filled with contempt and said, "A mere ethereal opening trash dares to call himself a Xian's? Since you are a master, let's see just how strong you are." As soon as he finished, boom! With a move of the black robe, Yi Shilua's figure charged out arrogantly like a dragon. Ferocious, crazy, fierce. These three words represented Yi Shilua's power. His power was completely different from Lei Gang's. His power was filled with the divine power that the divine sect cultivated. Incomparable savagery. With a thought, he charged forward and pierced through the air. In the void, with one hand, he grabbed towards Long Fei's throat. "Master, be careful!" Xian Yu suddenly shouted. The eyes of the two elders from Xian Pavilion also contracted fiercely. They wanted to make a sound, but nothing came out. Lei Gang's eyes also darkened, a little regretfully. He knew that Long Fei was going to die. Yi Shilua would either not make a move, or else he would become an Azura trying to take his life, an existence that would not show any mercy. He really wanted to plead for Long Fei. But it was useless. There was no one alive that Yi Shilua wanted to kill. The space in front of Long Fei started to distort, and a hand stretched out as if from hell, locking Long Fei's throat. "Father!" Sensing Long Fei's danger, Neza stood up desperately. Long Fei said, "I will take this attack. Rest well." His son had already collapsed. If he were to continue carrying him, he might really. Long Fei would never. He finally had a son. It was one thing if he couldn't protect him, but how could he let him get injured? His eyes turned vicious. Long Fei looked at the distorted space. His body slightly sank and tensed up. He clenched his fists and roared out in his heart, "Come, come!" Bam! He shot out like a sharp arrow. "Come!" With a roar, his arms were like cannons as they shot out towards the distorted space. "You're courting death!" Space split apart as his hands stabbed out. Yi Shilua did not wait for Long Fei's attack to come down as he grabbed Long Fei's throat. Rumble! He pressed down hard. An extremely powerful shockwave exploded, and lines of energy patterns surged out from his palms. A powerful shockwave burst out. Bam! Long Fei's entire body was pressed against the ground. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The ground quickly caved in, and a large number of cracks appeared. Long Fei's body caved in, and he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was as if his throat had been broken. His breathing had stopped at this moment. His windpipe and throat were all broken. It was extremely uncomfortable. Yi Shilua's cultivation was too strong. The level difference between Long Fei and him was too huge. It was simply an insurmountable existence. "Father!" Neza shouted. Long Fei said solemnly, "I'm fine." He's not dead yet? Yi Shiluo, who originally wanted to let go, suddenly had a look in his eyes. You're not dead yet? His left hand moved. The power behind his palm churned, as though 100,000 mountains were about to heavily strike Long Fei's head. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Yi Shiluo, are you done yet? This is the Xian city, not your divine sect. A few figures floated down from the sky. The moment they appeared, the entire Xian city was enveloped by a strong surge of profound energy, shattering all of Yi Shiluo's pressure. Everyone regained their freedom and let out a long breath. The Xian Pavilion elder immediately knelt down. Greetings, Lord Pavilion Master. The leader was a middle-aged man in his early 30s. His body was exuding a strong aura, and with every step he took, a strange flower petal appeared. Yi Shiluo's eyes turned sinister as he said softly, "The person that I, Yi Shiluo, want to kill has yet to live. Long Fei being alive was his shame. Thus, Long Fei must die." Yi Shiluo didn't care about the Pavilion Master as he fiercely smashed down at Long Fei's head once more. The palm imprint was like a god as it struck towards the center of Long Fei's brows. "How dare you!" The Pavilion Master was infuriated. He didn't think that Yi Shiluo would still dare to attack him. However, Long Fei grabbed the ground with both hands as purple tattoos appeared on his arms. But no one could see them under his clothes. "Ah! Ah!" Long Fei roared loudly. Xian City began to tremble. The power within the Xian City continuously gathered into Long Fei's palm. The Xian City itself was one of the great protective formations of the Xian Pavilion. It was an extremely strong mystical formation, and every tile and every inch of land inside the city contained an extremely strong amount of profound energy. At this moment, Long Fei was frantically absorbing the profound energy within the Xian City. All sorts of powerful profound energy wildly gathered onto Long Fei's hands. In that instant, Yi Shiluo struck heavily, boom, bang, 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 bang. Long Fei blocked with his left hand, and visible streaks of profound energy appeared below his palm. Boom. Power explosion. Having directly blocked Yi Shiluo's palm, Yi Shiluo was incomparably shocked. Impossible. You. Power surged. Dust rose from all over the deep pit, and no one could see what was happening inside. Long Fei bellowed, "Die!" That was hysterical. That was hysterical. His right fist moved and smashed into Yi Shiluo's abdomen. In that instant, an incomparably strong profound energy exploded from Yi Shiluo's abdomen, and at this moment, it wrapped around his entire body, like an electric net. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Boom! 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 The Pavilion Master's expression changed. The power of the Xian City's protective formation. Impossible! He instantly denied it. The Xian City is the great protective formation of the Xian Pavilion, but it was only in the legends that no one had ever seen this formation before. Even the 8 Grand Courts had not seen it before. Did this profound formation really exist? No one said it clearly. It had been far too long, and many people had only believed that there was a profound formation hidden in the Xian City, just like the legends, but just now, the whole city was shaking. All the profound energy underground surged into the pit where Long Fei was. The strength that he had just exploded out was also an extremely strong profound strength. But the Pavilion Master's eyes turned sinister. He wanted to know just what was going on, so he took a step forward and instantly charged into the dust. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. A human figure charged out. Ah! The Pavilion Master's body suddenly stopped as she looked over, her pupils constricting. Yi Shiluo! Yi Shiluo shot out from the dust. The Pavilion Master glanced at him and realized that his face was pale, and there was not a single trace of qi left on his body. Yi Shiluo's cultivation. There were very few people in the divine sect who could kill him, and they were ranked in the top 5. But now, he no longer had any signs of life. What happened just now? The pavilion master's heart sank as the profound energy on his body formed into a violent wind. He blew fiercely and then pressed down fiercely. In the deep pit, Long Fei lied inside. His body did not move at all. The pavilion master looked at Long Fei, who was in the pit, and then looked at Yi Shiluo, who had already been blown out of the city. What exactly happened? The pavilion master landed beside Long Fei, gently touched her pulse, and the space between her eyebrows tightened. The pubes has shattered. There's still some breath left. Xian Yu ran up, and when she saw the unconscious Long Fei, she immediately cried, "Master!" He was about to run into the deep pit, and then a pure and beautiful nun-like woman descended and blocked the black jade with one step. "You don't go over there. Aunt!" Xian Yu immediately shouted, "Aunt, go save him." The nun was Xian Yu's aunt. Her name was Xian Hu. Xian Hu stopped the profound jade and looked at the pavilion master who was in the deep pit, and the pavilion master gently shook his head. Xian Hu slightly said, Let's go to Xian Pavilion first." Xian Yu did not listen and said, "Auntie, please save him. You save him, okay? I beg of you, you are cultivating the Xian core art, you must have a way to save him, right? Please save him." "How is it? He was the one who protected me the whole way. Without him, I would have been killed by lifeguard of Chen's family long ago. Even when I was facing an elder of the divine sect, the vice sect master was still protecting me. Aunt, I beg of you, please save him." Xian Yu begged. Seeing Long Fei lying motionlessly in the deep pit, her heart ached. Just now, Long Fei did not need to come out, but he still bravely stepped forward when he saw that he was in danger. There was no one in this world who treated her as well as Long Fei. Xian Hu looked at Xian Yu, whose face was filled with tears, and said, His pubes is already broken. Even if he was saved, he's still a cripple. With the pubes shattered, even if one had a higher cultivation, they would still become trash. Save a piece of trash? Too wasteful. Xian Yu struggled and said, "He saved me countless times. Without him, I wouldn't be here. If Aunt wasn't willing to save me, I would be willing to die with him." Xian Hu frowned and said solemnly, "Nonsense. What is your identity? You are a princess, it is his duty to save you. Even if you die, he must protect you. Right now, his pubes is shattered and he is severely injured. Even if he is saved, he would be a waste and there is no need to save him. Don't worry, I will bury him according to the general's conditions." Xian, who did not want to save Long Fei, and did not want to waste any elixirs on a cripple. With the pubes shattered, even if the great firmament golden immortal came, it would be of no use. Moreover, to a warrior, if they couldn't cultivate the pubes fragments, it was better to die than to live. Xian Yu argued, "He is not someone that my father sent. He is also not some general. Guard, he is a good person who saved me when he saw that I was about to be humiliated. He did not have any obligation to protect me. However, he saved me and took care of me along the way. He did not do anything improper to me. He was my savior." Plop! Xian Yu kneeled down and said, "Aunt, I beg of you, please save him. You love me the most, I beg of you." Xian Hu's expression became ugly. He never thought that his esteemed niece would beg for him for a passerby. Her pupils contracted as she coldly said one word, "No. Xian Pavilion's spiritual herbs are not used on trash." Profound Jade's tears fell like rain. At this moment, cough cough, cough cough cough. Long Fei hurriedly coughed a few times, then said indifferently, "I do not need anyone to save me." He turned his hands to the ground and slowly stood up. After touching his throat, he coughed a few times and muttered, "Damn it, I was almost strangled to death. Not bad. Luckily I have a killing system. But why? Long Fei was a little confused. Just now, when the huge force smashed into Yishilua's body, he clearly felt that Yishilua had lost all signs of life, and had been blown to death by the strong profound energy. More importantly, the system clearly sounded out a notification sound. They said that he had killed Yishilua, but, however, he did not obtain Yishilua's cultivation realm, and only increased it by 1 level, from the 8th level of ethereal opening to the 9th level of ethereal opening. Why is that? Didn't killing whoever he killed give him a higher level? Long Fei looked at the system interface, but there was no explanation. Is it because of the power I'm hiding in my body? The power that erupted from the purple lines could not be acknowledged by the system? F***CK. Are you still F***King letting Lousy stay with you? He could have gone up to the sky in one move, yet he insisted on making me unhappy? Long Fei was extremely contemptuous of her, but after breaking through just now, she was able to recover from her injuries. Also, Yishilua exploded, and it even dropped quite a few good items. Long Fei originally wanted to lie on the ground and rest for a while, then see what had exploded outside. Xian Yu's pleading voice made him very unhappy. Then, he walked out of the deep pit one step at a time. Looking at Xuanyu, he said in a bland voice, "Don't beg anyone for me, and even more so, don't kneel down. If you do that, my heart will ache." He was very cool as he spoke. He walked to Xian Yu's side and pulled her up from the ground. Xian Yu was dumbfounded. Long Fei raised his mouth slightly, only then did he look at Xian Hu, and at that moment, his heart trembled. Damn, what a beauty! He wore a Taoist robe, and his eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness. It gave off a feeling of ruthlessness and coldness that made people not dare to approach him. He wore a Taoist robe, and his eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness. It gave off a feeling of ruthlessness and coldness that made people not dare to approach him. Her height was 1.8 meters and her figure was tall and straight. Although her wide Taoist robe covered her body, it did not affect her exquisite curves in the slightest. That pair of long legs alone could give a person a year of tempo. It was even more beautiful than the supermodels in his previous life. It was cold and aloof, giving off the impression of a fairy from the heavens. One could only look up at it, unable to touch it. At that moment, Long Fei's heart instantly surged with the desire to conquer. This was a man's nature. In his previous life, he could only look up to those supermodels on television, but in this life, he wanted to touch upon them and even penetrate them. Xian Hu was also looking at Long Fei. His cold eyes moved slightly as he said coldly, "Since he's still alive, that's even better." While they were talking, she pulled the profound jade to her side. Her heart was filled with shock. The pubes had shattered, and his entire body was severely injured, but he was able to come back to life. Furthermore, he does not seem to have any internal injuries. Why is that so? He didn't understand. However, she would not reveal her shock. She still had a cold and aloof expression on her face. The pavilion master also walked over and carefully sized Long Fei up. With a faint smile, he said, "Little brother, what happened in the deep pit just now?" Long Fei glanced at the pavilion master, who seemed to be in his 30s. He couldn't help but be displeased and asked, "Little brother, are you very old?" The pavilion master smiled and said, "I am the one bowing." "Little brother, what happened in the deep pit just now?" Long Fei replied, "I don't know, I just fainted. How do I know what happened?" He didn't even know what was going on with the hidden power in his body, nor did he know if it was the eternal coffin's power or some other power. He couldn't quite control it himself. If he could do it as he pleased, why would he let his son tire like this? Coma? The pavilion master shuddered slightly. Xian Hu's cold intent stirred, and he said, "It definitely has nothing to do with him. His cultivation is only at the nether passage realm, How can such a low-level cultivation trigger the power of the mountain protection profound formation? They looked down on him. In her eyes, Long Fei was just a delinquent that wanted to eat swan meat. He had saved Xuan Yu with a little bit of cleverness, and looking at Long Fei's scoundrel face, she felt disgust in her heart. Xian Yu replied, "Master is very strong." Xian, who was immediately enraged, and said, "You are pay attention to how you address me and call me master? In my opinion, he's just a little hooligan. Damn you!" Long Fei cursed in his heart, "Don't fall into my hands, or else I'll make you cry non-stop." Xian Yu argued, "He's not a hoodlum. All right. You're young and you don't understand how sinister the hearts of men are in this world. Furthermore, there are no good men in this world." Xian Hu said coldly. A Taoist robe appeared in his hand, and he held a horsetail whisk. She was like the godly engraved heroic couple, the red cultivator fairy Li Moli. The only difference was, she was even more beautiful than Li Moli. Normally, the one who says such words would have definitely been hurt by a man. Long Fei replied. Xian Hu immediately stared at Long Fei and said coldly, "Brat, what did you say?" Long Fei said, "If you say that there isn't a single good man in this world, then let me ask you, what about your father? Is he also a trash?" Xian Yu said, "Grandpa is fine." Long Fei replied, "Yeah." Xian Hu was about to get angry. However, Long Fei had already stopped looking at her and was holding on to Xian Yu's hand, saying, "All right, you've met your aunt. This is also Xian Pavilion's territory, and since Lifeguard of Chen's family does not dare to come, and the divine sect does not dare to act rashly, you are safe now, too. It's time for me to leave." After saying that, Long Fei was about to let go. However, Xian Yu firmly clenched her fists and said, "Didn't you promise that you would take me in?" Xian Hu sneered and said, "Him? You still want to enter Xian Pavilion? He doesn't even have the qualifications to take the examination." Long Fei did not mind. The reason why he agreed to Xian Yu's request was also to deal with her, but he did not think about joining any Xian Pavilion or even joining any sections. He was also disgusted. Right now, he wanted to find the 7-flame flower and then return to the Hall of Eternal Life to cultivate Hall Master's alchemy technique. Being looked down upon by Xian Hu, Long Fei could only smile and say, "You are right, I do not have the qualifications. Of course, there is no sect in this world that is qualified to let me join either." Xian Hu stared at him. "What did you say?" Long Fei said, "Just say that your Xian Pavilion doesn't have the qualifications to have me join." Xian Hu said angrily, "What arrogant words, who do you think you are?" Long Fei replied, "I am myself, I have never competed with who I think I am." Xian Hu said, "Your talent, your cultivation, you do not even have a recommendation. I said you do not have the qualifications to join the Xian Pavilion, am I right?" Long Fei said, "That's right, I don't have anything, but just now I used your so-called number 1 talent in Xian Pavilion to lie on the ground and not be able to get up. Just like that, he's the world's number 1 genius. This kind of Xian Pavilion, what qualifications does he have for me to join?" Xian Hu was at a loss for words, his face flushed red as he stared at Long Fei. "You?" Long Fei asked, "What's wrong with me? Am I handsome? I know, I don't need you to remind me about that. You're a woman who's been hurt by a man." Xian Hu's eyes seemed to spew fire, the aura on his body turning into flames. Long Fei didn't even pay attention to him and said, "I'm leaving." He had to quickly find a way to feed Neza. Neza was so hungry that he didn't have any strength left. He just wanted it for his grandma to eat. Finished. Long Fei then walked away. At this moment, Lei Gang also followed him. It followed right behind Long Fei. Long Fei looked at Lei Gang and said, "Why are you following me?" If Long Fei could break Lei Gang's defense, he would really kill him and obtain his level. His attack power was not even as high as Lei Gang's defense. How could he kill him? Lei Gang endured the pain and said, "You are now my master." Long Fei was startled. "Are you joking?" Lei Gang said, "I once swore that whoever could take my joint force would be my master. Just now, not only did you take Slay, you also saved me." He was sincere. Even when the vice sect master was blasted flying, he didn't even bat an eye. He cultivated his fleshly body and body art. He had never seen a body technique that was stronger than his, but because Long Fei's cultivation was not high, he admired it from the bottom of his heart. Of course, he did not know that the one fighting him was not Long Fei, but Long Fei's son, Neza. But he only recognized Long Fei. Lei Gang's recognition of her master caused Xian Hu to slightly tremble, and the pavilion master was also shocked. Long Fei glanced at Lei Gang and said, "All right, you can follow me from now on." With the addition of this tiger man, Long Fei's own safety was also increased. "Let's go." Long Fei was about to walk out of the city. Suddenly, a voice came from above the profound mountain. "Grand Court has ordered that you cannot leave." As soon as he finished, two Xianling Arhats suddenly descended, directly blocking in front of Long Fei, and coldly said, "You cannot leave." Xianling Arhats blocked Long Fei's way. Xianling Arhats blocked Long Fei's way. Long Fei did not move. He moved first, and lightly slipped a step, then landed beside Long Fei, staring straight at the two Xianling Arhats like an eagle, his body tensed up, waiting for Long Fei's orders. It was just a small movement and it explained everything. Moreover, Lei Gang was severely injured, but even so, he was still protecting Long Fei. Because Long Fei was his master now. Long Fei's pupils tightened, and said indifferently, "What do you mean?" Xian, who was secretly shocked, "Xianling Arhats?" The other pavilion master also revealed a look of shock. Xian Yu ran over and stood at Long Fei's other side. "What are you guys trying to do?" Xianling Arhats said, "The Grand Court has orders to bring you to meet the Xian Pavilion." Long Fei said, "And if I don't go?" Xianling Arhats did not have much of an expression on his face. He simply said, "Even if you don't want to, you have to. It's very simple, you can't leave." The two Xianling Arhats were like two great Arhat gods blocking in front of them. It seemed like they didn't do anything, but all of Long Fei's escape routes had been imperceptibly sealed by them. There was no way out. This feeling was very unpleasant. Long Fei secretly clenched his fists. "Bring out some more power." He wanted to release the power of eternity, but it didn't work. Lei Gang continued to stare at Xianling Arhats and muttered, "Master, I can block them for a minute." A minute was more than enough. He had to fight with his life on the line to last a minute. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "Anyways, I want to see what the Xian Pavilion is like. Please lead the way." Although Long Fei was unhappy in his heart, he had no choice. If he were to face it head-on, the one to lose would definitely be him. Since he had nowhere to go after all leaving the Xian city, he decided to wait and see what the Xian Pavilion's Grand Court's intentions were. Xianling Arhats stood beside Long Fei and said softly, "Let's go." Just like escorting a criminal. Long Fei did not mind. After walking a few steps, two Xianling Arhats placed their hands on Long Fei's shoulders, turned and lifted up. The three of them flew up at the same time. "Master! Master!" Xian Yu and Lei Gang shouted at the same time. Xian, who coldly glanced at Long Fei, who was hovering in mid-air, and then said indifferently, "We know of Xian Pavilion as well." Xian Yu immediately asked, "Aunt, what is Grand Court trying to do?" He was very anxious. The pavilion master turned and left as well. Lei Gang sprinted all the way down the Xian Pavilion. Xian Pavilion was a sect. They were divided into 8 pavilions and a palace. Above the palace was the Grand Court and also the location of the sect master of the Xian Pavilion. The 8 pavilions were divided into 8 different cultivation branches, and each pavilion had a pavilion master. 2 hours later. Boom! Long Fei landed on the ground. The moment he landed, a bone-piercing cold wind blew like a knife across his face. He was standing on top of a mountain peak that rose into the clouds. It was very flat, as if it had been sliced flat by a sword. In the middle, there was a half-human tall black stone. On the rock, it was wrapped with some black chains. After Long Fei landed on the ground, the 2 Xianling arhats immediately retreated and disappeared into the clouds. Achoo! Achoo! Long Fei sneezed continuously, his hands hugged his chest, he exhaled white air, his body trembling uncontrollably. So King cold, it's just like the winter in the great northeast. Holy sh*t. What the hell is this place? Not only was it cold, Long Fei's cultivation was completely suppressed. The power of a 9th-level ethereal opening cultivator could not be unleashed at all, and could only be carried by his body. Long Fei walked to the edge of the precipice, and looked at the bottomless precipice. You know I can't fly? You're holding Lousy here as a prisoner? Damn you! Long Fei fiercely scolded as he walked up the mountain peak. A head emerged. So cold, so cold. Long Fei curled up his body and crouched behind the black stone, while in his heart, he continuously cursed the 18 generations of the Grand Court's ancestors. The Mystic Palace. The Great Mountain Protection Formation was suddenly activated, and the power inside the formation killed Yi Shiluo. Tomorrow, the Divine Sect will know about this matter. If he died in Xian City, the Divine Sect would definitely come to demand an explanation. Grand Court walked in the Great Hall and spoke blandly. Xian Pavilion and the Divine Sect have been living peacefully together all these years. It is extremely likely for Yi Shiluo's death to disrupt this balance. One of the pavilion masters immediately said, "This matter is simple. Hand over that brat from the broken sky cliff, and we will have nothing else to do." Yes. Although our Xian Pavilion isn't afraid of his Divine Sect, this matter has nothing to do with our Xian Pavilion. We don't die in the hands of our Xian Pavilion's disciples, just hand over that brat. I agree. What did Long Fei count for? It had nothing to do with them. Naturally, no one cared about his life or death. A pavilion master said, "Grand Court, that brat's cultivation is only at the Nether Passage realm. Logically speaking, even the lowest level disciple of our Xian Pavilion wouldn't be able to win against him, yet he can easily defeat Xian Tian. Not only that, even the Divine Sect's Lei Gang was defeated by him. Also, the power of the Great Mountain Protection Array killed Yi Shiluo. Is this matter related to that brat as well?" Everyone fell silent. They all knew that it was impossible for someone in the Nether Passage realm to do all this. Either Long Fei was hiding his strength, or he had a special kind of power. The other person, the pavilion master, stood out and said, "I received the news that Yi Shiluo suddenly attacked the disciples of the Xians. All the disciples of the Xian nationality of the Divine Sect were killed, and even the Xian Empire was toppled overnight. Now it is controlled by the Chern family, and the profound jade that has escaped to the Xian city today is the last person in the Xians. She was hunted down along the way. It was that brat who saved her. Even in Xian city, both Lei Gang and Yi Shiluo have come for the profound jade. Xian Hu, although you have left the Xians for a long time, do you know the reason behind all of this?" Everyone looked at Xian Hu. Xian Hu bowed slightly, stepped out, and said, "This disciple does not know, but a month ago, this disciple received my elder brother's handwritten report that a profound jade was coming, and wanted me to keep her to cultivate in Xian Pavilion. As for anything else, this disciple doesn't know." Xian Hu said honestly. The Xians had changed greatly. The profound jade was her last Xian's disciple. Why did Yi Shiluo suddenly attack and kill her? A pavilion master said, "You don't know, but that niece of yours should know, right?" Xian Hu immediately said, "She's only a child, she doesn't even know if the Xians was annihilated, let alone the reason why. That may not be so. It was one thing for the Chen family to send people to kill her, but even Yi Shilua had to personally take action. It could be seen how important she must be for Yi Shilua to personally take action, or else she would become Yi Shilua's enemy, or else she has super treasure S on her body." Super treasure. Super treasure. The 4 words suddenly silenced the hall. Many people's eyes lit up, their eyes landed on Xian Hu's body once again. A divine treasure that one would long for in their dreams. If the word supreme was added to the mix, it would make people salivate even more. The hall was silent for a good 3 seconds. 3 seconds that made Xian Hu feel extremely suffocated. Xian Hu said heavily, "Xian's is just a small clan in the mortal world. The family has only been established for no more than 300 years, and the highest realm that our ancestors have been in is also only the peak of Heartless Realm. It's impossible for there to be any divine treasures, and even more so, super treasure S. The reason why Yi Shilua attacked Xian's is definitely because someone from the Xian's offended him. He wants to kill everyone to prevent future troubles. This is Yi Shilua's usual style." Xian Hu tried his best to defend himself. However, the 4 words super treasure were too enticing. Even if Xian Hu's explanation was consistent with the truth, not many people could understand it. A pavilion master said, "Xian Hu, just bring your niece in and ask her." "That's right. She has already entered the Xian pavilion. If the divine sect were to pursue this matter, she would definitely be handed over to the Xian pavilion as well. If she really has a super treasure, then it's a different story. Our Xian pavilion will not stand up for a useless person." Xian Hu looked at Grand Court. Grand Court said indifferently, "Let's call Xian Yu in first. Do you have to ask first?" Xian Hu's gaze tensed up. Facing so many pavilion masters, she had no strength to resist. If he wanted to keep the profound jade, he had to say everything. After all, the other party was from the divine sect, a power not inferior to the Xian pavilion. Xian Hu nodded and said, "I'll go call her in." Walking out of the main hall, Xian Yu was just outside the door. She had heard everything clearly, and at the same time, she also knew that Long Fei was being held in Broken Sky Cliff in front of the criminals. She had been to the Xian pavilion before, so she naturally knew what kind of place the Broken Sky Cliff was. Those who stayed in that place would eventually lose their skin, be blown by the wind, cut by the cold, and had their inner strength locked up. No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Without waiting for Xian Hu to call her, she immediately rushed into the hall and said, "Grand Court, I have a divine treasure on me." As soon as he finished, the entire hall was in an uproar. "There's really a super treasure?" "There really is one. I can't see that there are actually super treasure hidden in the Xians?" "I guessed it right. Kid, can you show it to us?" One by one, their expressions changed. These pavilion masters had all sorts of experiences, but in front of the super treasure, they couldn't help but get excited. Xian Hu immediately said, This is the illusory palace, you cannot speak carelessly. What is it that I don't know about in Xian's? Why have I never heard of super treasure?" Xian Hu started to worry. It was fine if he didn't say anything about it, but she could still save it. However, when she said that, even if the divine sect didn't come to take them, the people of Xian Pavilion would do everything they could to control the profound jade. Super treasure is too exciting. When I left the palace, Father gave me something. I think it should be the super treasure that you were talking about. While they were talking, Xian Yu took out an ancient box. Once the box was taken out, everyone in the hall held their breath. His eyes were still staring at the box in Xian Yu's hand as a sharp light flashed across them. But The black jade suddenly kept the box again and said, "You guys let Big Brother Long Fei go, I'll give this box to you guys right now." The box was old. Veins were very rare. When the pavilion masters saw this, their expressions immediately changed. Grand Court said indifferently and asked, "Little girl, what is in this?" Xian Yu shook her head and said, "I don't know. I have never opened it." Many of the pavilion masters gently swallowed their saliva. Right now, they were like a beauty dancing behind a thin layer of silk, causing them to be unable to stop themselves from doing so. "Open it first and see what's inside." "Yes. Let's open it and take a look." Xian Yu firmly said, "Let them go first." Grand Court slightly said, "Girl, we can release him. I will keep my words. First, open the box for everyone to see what is inside." "Do you believe what I'm saying?" Xian Hu looked at the profound jade and said, Since Grand Court has said so, he will definitely do it." "That's right. Grand Court has already made a promise, what else do you have to worry about? Let's open it first." "Open it and take a look." All of their excited expressions were gathered around Xian Yu, wanting to be the first one to clearly see what was inside. Xian Yu said, "No, I have to release him first." The center of Grand Court's brows tightened as he said somewhat unhappily, "Do you think I can lie to a little kid like you?" Xian Yu said firmly, "Let them go first." One of the pavilion masters lost his patience and shouted angrily, "How dare you!" As soon as he finished, he snatched the ancient box from Xian Yu's hands. Their speed was extremely fast, and everyone's eyes immediately narrowed. The elder shouted, "I will open it." The mysterious jade wanted to reclaim it, but it was repelled by an invisible force. Xian Hu immediately asked, "Yang Huai, what are you trying to do?" Xian Hu quickly ran to Xian Yu's side to support her. It was also at this time that the profound jade gently whispered into Xian Hu's ear, "Aunt, close your eyes." Xian Hu was startled. Yang Huai's eyes became excited, swallowed his saliva, and ecstatically said in his heart, "I am the first person to see the super treasure, ha ha." He carefully and gently opened the box. At this moment, a bright light shot out. Everyone's heart floated to their throats. They all held their breaths, feeling incomparably excited. "What is it? What is it?" To be able to emit such a bright light, he must definitely be an extraordinary existence. Ha ha! The box was completely opened. All of a sudden, rumble! An explosion sounded from inside the box. A bright light shot out. The strong light pierced into his eyes, forming a huge killing power. It was also at this time. My eyes. I can't see. I can't see. My eyes, I can't see, Kill that bitch. Kill him. His eyes were in incomparable pain. In that instant, the strong light blinded all of their eyes. All of a sudden, the ancient box tumbled to the ground. Hearing the box fall to the ground, the pavilion masters and elders' hearts sank, and they too pounced towards the source of the sound. "It's mine. It's mine. The super treasure is mine." Xian Hu opened his eyes and looked at the ancient box on the ground that was continuously being robbed. There was nothing inside the box. Xian Yu pulled Xian Hu back and said, "Aunt, bring me to the broken sky cliff. He has saved me so many times, I want to save him once. Don't let him go. Kill her." The 8 Grand Courts, along with one more Grand Court, and more than a dozen Xian Pavilion elders, were all blinded in an instant. The 8 Grand Courts, along with one more Grand Court, and more than a dozen Xian Pavilion elders, were all blinded in an instant. The entire palace was in chaos. No one would have thought that a seemingly weak girl would bring such a great killing weapon. This was the human heart. It wasn't that the jade was evil, but that they were too greedy. Super treasure made them forget everything. Moreover, to be able to blind the people at the peak of this plane, this kind of damage, this kind of power, could indeed be counted as super treasure. When they left the imperial palace, Xian Yu's father had instructed her not to open it. If it was a last resort, she must close her eyes as well. He had to close his eyes. The profound jade originally wanted Grand Court to first let Long Fei go, then she would stay behind and open the box. Xian's was killed, she was the only one who escaped. She felt that her life had already lost all meaning. The only person she could think of was Long Fei. If she could save Long Fei before she died, then she wouldn't have any regrets. However, when the people of Xian Pavilion heard that the super treasure had gone completely crazy, and even took the box away from her hands, what was this? If you don't court death, you won't die. All of the experts were blinded. Grand Court shouted loudly, "All of you, do not move." The main hall immediately quieted down. Grand Court rubbed his eyes and felt a sharp pain. His eyes should have been shattered by the strong light just now. He couldn't recover his sight either. Cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Grand Court gritted his teeth as his joints exploded. His rage turned the flames on his body into flames, and his voice became heavy as he said, "Xianling Arhats, kill the two of them." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures shot out from the illusory palace. He quickly chased after them. Hearing Grand Court's voice, Xian Hu stopped Xian Yu and immediately changed direction, saying, "It's too late, I can't save him anymore." Xian Yu said, "Aunt, I must save him." Xian Hu said, "That won't do, only the Xianling Arhats can go up, even I am unable to get close. Once we step into the domain of the broken sky cliff, our cultivation will automatically disappear, and then everything will be real. Listen to me. Aunt is an experienced person. There isn't a man in this world that can be relied on, and neither can he. The reason why he helped you is because he covets your beauty. Or else, it's because you have the status of a princess. Believe in your aunt, he is unreliable." Xian Hu said anxiously. Xianling Arhats's cultivation was higher than hers. If they could catch up to her, they would definitely not be able to escape, and would definitely be caught and brought back. At that time, it would be hard for them to escape death. Furthermore, even if they managed to escape, they would still run for their lives. Xian Yu shook her head. "Auntie, he's different." Xian Hu said, "What's different? Men are all the same, animals whose lower body is thinking, they shouldn't be appearing in this world." She hated men. The kind of hatred that went down to the bone. Xian Yu shook her head. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Aunt, actually. Xian Hu looked at Xian Yu's hesitant expression and said, You won't follow him. Did you do something stupid?" "You." Xian Yu's heart skipped a beat. She knew that her aunt's thoughts were wrong. She immediately said, "Aunt, I'm already pregnant with his child." "Huh." Xian Hu's pupils tightened as 2 balls of flames appeared in his eyes. "I want to kill that brat." Fury raged through him, burning crazily. It was as if she was going to go berserk. Xian Yu immediately cried out, "Aunt, do you want my child to have no father?" As she spoke, Xian Yu gently caressed her stomach. Xian Hu was about to go crazy again. Looking at the tears on Xian Yu's face, his heart ached. And then, Xian Hu pulled on the profound jade and rushed in the direction of the broken sky cliff. Xian Yu secretly rejoiced. She secretly thought in her heart, as long as we can find Big Brother Long Fei, then everything won't be a problem. And then there was Long Fei. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Long Fei hissed coldly. His body curled up into a ball, and the stone he leaned on was like ice. Long Fei's entire body was covered in a layer of white frost, as if he had been frozen solid. It didn't matter if he was cold. Long Fei was even more worried about Neza. He was completely hungry and had fainted. "No way. If this goes on, I will freeze to death here." Long Fei said heavily, "I must do something." However, what could he do? Long Fei looked at the chain on the black stone, and the chain immediately rolled down to the bottom of the stone. He didn't know how long the chain would be. Not caring about anything else, he pulled on the chain and dragged it. He didn't know if this would work, but once it did, a large section of the chain was pulled out. Long Fei was startled. If these chains are long enough, then we should be able to climb down. He violently pulled again. He pulled another large section out. Resistance, more and more chains. Behind Long Fei, a mountain of chains suddenly appeared. There's hope. Walala! Walala! The more Long Fei pulled, the more power he felt, and he also threw the other end of the chain off the cliff. Walala! The chain struck against the cliff twice, producing constant sounds. Long Fei could tell the height of the chains when he heard the sounds, and calculated in his heart, it should be reaching the end soon, right? Boom! Suddenly, Long Fei fiercely pulled, and directly pulled on an incomparably heavy object, letting out an explosive sound. In an instant, walala! The chains frantically retreated. Like a black electric snake, Long Fei dragged it for an hour but only used less than 3 seconds to retract it. Long Fei grabbed the last end with both feet on top of the black stone. If we drag it all down, then there's no hope for me going down. Boom! The chain shook and broke the skin on Long Fei's hand. The black stones who were staring at him with their legs moved. A hole was revealed. The cave was emitting red gaseous flames, as if it was lava. What kind of place is this? The cold wind is bone-chilling from above and the heat below is unbearable. Ice and fire twin heavens, just what is this? Ah ha ha! Suddenly, a wild laugh could be heard. What pure blood! This old man has never absorbed such a pure blood in the past 3,000 years. This is too exciting. As soon as he finished, a strand of power passed through the chain and fiercely exploded, directly enveloping Long Fei, and instantly dragged him. Buzz! Long Fei's entire person fell into the deep hole, and was pulled crazily into the deep hole along the chain, completely out of control. In the deep cave, he laughed maniacally in excitement. We can eat now that there's a feast to eat. There's a big meal to eat. Ha ha ha! Eat you and I will ascend to heaven. Eat you and I will ascend to heaven. Eat you and I will ascend to heaven. A roar was crazily pulled down from the narrow mountain passage, and simply could not control his own body. Ah ha ha! Ah ha ha! Strange sounds of laughter rang out as the chains began to twist. After leaving the broken sky cliff, Long Fei's cultivation had recovered, but he was still able to. The power of an ethereal opening cultivator was completely useless. Under the immense tugging force, his strength was as weak as an ant. In the end, Long Fei gave up. He gathered his strength in his right palm and waited for an attack. Walala! 10 minutes later. Bam! Long Fei heavily landed inside a cave. The cave was incredibly hot, and the ground was emitting an extremely pungent smell that was difficult to endure. White flames spewed out from the cracks, and at the very instant that Long Fei landed, hualala! A burst of intense sounds of chains being pulled rang out, and in an instant, a huge steel ball rolled to Long Fei's side. The metal ball was covered in all kinds of strange runes. It was incomparably ancient. At the top of the metal ball was a head with shining scalp, sparse long hair on both sides of its head, eyebrows reaching into the sky, and a beard like steel needles. A fiery light shone in his eyes. He stared at Long Fei, his throat rolling. I smell the pure blood vein in your veins, the power of the supreme blood vein. Great meal. Ha ha ha. A super big meal. As long as I eat you up, no one will be able to trap me here anymore, ha ha ha. While they were talking, Strange Old Man laughed crazily again. The steel ball rolled and directly rolled in front of Long Fei, staring at him. His distance from Long Fei was only 10 centimeters. At this moment, Buddha palm technique. He gathered all his strength and struck out with his full strength, slashing out with his palm. It directly landed on the strange old man's head. Rumble. When the power was released at close range, the power of the Buddha palm technique was completely released. Even if the power did not die, it could still cause quite a bit of damage. However, as the palm smashed down, Long Fei did not stop at all. While he's sick, take his life. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched forward. Bang bang bang. Consecutive critical strike. He also took out the weapon that burst out from Yi Shilua's body and slashed down heavily. No matter how strong the force was, he would still use it to smash at strange old man's head. However, it was useless. No pain, no pain. It's not as strong as scratching with my hand. Use a bit more strength, use a bit more strength, quick, quick, quick. Ha ha. Good luck. Kid, is that all you have? Haven't you eaten? Why did those scum of the Xian Pavilion like you lock you up there? There's no reason. F***ck. So boring. The strange old man kept on talking, and his face was filled with enjoyment, as if his scalp was going to itch and Long Fei was going to tickle him. No damage was dealt. Every time he made a move, it would be muss. The series of letters in English made Long Fei's scalp tingle. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Long Fei was a little out of breath. He looked at strange old man's satisfied expression and said, "Your sister." Strange old man laughed and said, "This old man has no sister. This old man has a monster sister. Do you want her?" Long Fei. In his hand, he held a sword that Yi Shilua had revealed, and slashed down fiercely. The things that came from Yi Shilua's body were naturally not ordinary goods. Clang! However, it broke apart. Strange old man laughed out loud. He rolled the iron ball onto the short sword and directly bit into it. He chewed it and said, "Delicious, delicious." Anything else? In his mouth, the broken sword was like a piece of meat, dripping with saliva as he ate, as if he had been eaten for several lifetimes. In addition, the broken sword quickly melted into liquid in his mouth. Gudong. He swallowed it all in one gulp. Delicious, delicious. Is there anything else? If not, I'll eat you. While they were talking, strange old man's saliva was dripping down even more, and he was completely unable to stop it. While he was devouring the broken sword, Long Fei had been constantly searching for the strange old man's weakness. Other than a head, no legs, and no hands, this fellow also had a groove at the bottom that was locked with a chain. Not far away, there was a pile of chains the size of a small mountain. Distance. Long Fei's heart jumped out 2 words. However, without waiting for him to move, the strange old man gave a weird laugh and said, "Little fellow, don't even think about leaving here. No one here has ever been able to escape. Do you see that over there?" Strange old man looked to the other side. All skeletons. At least 100 people. Long Fei's heart trembled as he quickly analyzed in his mind. His speed and strength had been suppressed, and the cave was not big. The length of the chain was enough to spin a few rounds, so he had no chance of escaping. And then, Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "Senior, there's something that we can discuss. Look at how long it's been since you last saw anyone. Now that you've finally seen me alive, don't you want to talk about life and your dreams?" Long Fei tried to stall the strange old man. It was more important for him to keep his life right now. The strange old man laughed mischievously. "What life and dream? I only want to know one thing now. Do you want to eat your feet first or eat your head first?" Gudong. As he spoke, he forcefully swallowed his saliva. "Damn you!" Long Fei cursed in his heart once again. Just as he was at his wit's end, the strange old man's expression changed slightly as she said, "It's been several hundred years, but I've never seen a single living person. They were all dead before. You were the first to come here alive. And he wasn't scared to death by my appearance." Seeing the strange old man speak, Long Fei knew that there was a chance. He took the chance and said, "Senior is very handsome and handsome, it is memorable, especially that pair of eyes, which is like the fiery eyes of truth, making people respect you. From the moment I saw Senior, my admiration for you was like the unending waves of the ocean. You are like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding the entire wild universe, guiding those who have lost their way to find the right direction." Even Long Fei himself was a little embarrassed when he said those words. Strange Old Man also stared at Long Fei. Rage flickered in his eyes. Long Fei was secretly shocked. "Damn, did I fail?" Strange Old Man said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Crap." Long Fei's heart trembled. Strange Old Man suddenly said, "Say what you just said again." Hearing that, Long Fei immediately laughed and said, "Senior's looks are handsome and handsome." Strange Old Man said, "Only handsome and handsome?" Long Fei immediately exaggerated his words. "The number one commander of the universe, so handsome that he explodes the heavens." Strange Old Man laughed and said, "That's more like it, I am indeed so handsome." Seeing him laugh, Long Fei carefully asked, "I wonder what Senior's name is, why would you be imprisoned in this kind of place?" Strange Old Man's eyes turned sinister. His eyes released an incomparably savage light. "This old man's name is Tao Tai." This old man's name is Tao Tai. This old man's name is Tao Tai. As soon as Strange Old Man finished speaking, Long Fei glared at him. "Tao Tai? Tao Tai? A Tao Tai that swallows the heavens and the earth?" Long Fei was a little stupefied, and muttered, "No, the Tao Tai should be a divine beast, it shouldn't be a human." Strange Old Man was secretly shocked when he heard Long Fei, and said, "Heaven devouring, heaven and earth, devour everything, these words are very comfortable to hear. Kid, it seems like you know about me. My ancestor was indeed a divine beast. He can be said to be the number one beast of the wild universe, a super almighty powerhouse who could swallow the heavens, the earth, and everything else." His eyes were blazing. As he spoke of his ancestors, his eyes were filled with even more respect. Long Fei shook and said, "It really is a Tao Tai. Senior, your power is unfathomably strong, an existence that can devour everything. Why are you imprisoned here?" Long Fei continued to flatter her. A Tao Tai was a fierce beast. He would never be able to eat until he was full. However, in the legends of Earth, how powerful was it in this world? I don't know. After all, there were all sorts of monsters in this world. However, the old geezer Tao Tai enjoyed Long Fei's flattery, so he became less hostile towards Long Fei and said furiously, "This all starts from 3,000 years ago. It was a moonless night. On that day, he was ambushed by 100 almighty powerhouses. They do not understand the power of my Tao Tai tribe, nor have they seen the brutality of the Tao Tai race. So what if all 100 almighty powerhouses join forces and unleash their most powerful killing moves? Not even a hair on my head. All of them were swallowed by this old man." But the Taoya's pupils constricted as a thick inferno flashed in its eyes. This group of treacherous and despicable almighty powerhouse actually planted soul poison in their bodies. After swallowing 10 people in succession, my body started to feel exceptionally hot. Like lava, my body felt like it was about to erupt. At that time, I knew that I had been tricked. If the other 90 almighty powerhouses were to join hands and attack, I would not be able to withstand it. But our Tao Tai tribe will never retreat. I'll still fight them to the death." The old geezer Tao Tai spoke while spittle flew everywhere. He was brimming with vigor and vitality, as if a battlefield had arrived and he was bringing down the 100 almighty powerhouses, sweeping away everything with him. Long Fei pretended to be excited and said, "Senior is truly mighty. What happened to those despicable grandchildren?" "Despicable grandson?" "Yes. They're all a bunch of despicable grandsons. Tao Tai continued talking. It was like telling a fairy tale. The more powerful he was, the more despicable the enemy would be. To the end. The 100 almighty powerhouses have all been swallowed by me, so what if we have poison hidden deep inside? Our Tao Tai tribe has never been afraid of anything. But I completely ignored the poison in their bodies. My body is splitting apart. My body continues to crack. His eyes dimmed. I know that I might be about to die. I fell down from the dark wild universe and landed on this plane. When I wake up, my body will become this metal ball. Long Fei looked at the iron ball. Senior, how can a mere iron ball be able to trap you? Tao Tai said, You are right, how can this kind of iron ball trap me? At that time, I displayed my divine power and wanted to directly swallow this metal ball. However, these iron balls are engraved with all kinds of runes. These runes will transform the iron balls into my own body. How can I consume my body? This is my shame, the shame of the Tao Tai tribe. I hate those 100 almighty powerhouses. The dregs of the Xian Pavilion, if they didn't presume to control my body, they would not have turned into an iron ball. They want to protect my life and want me to be of use to them. Ha ha ha! They're too self-righteous. The Tao Tai heavily roared. The entire mountain trembled and rubble tumbled down. Boundless energy bounced off of the mountain. Long Fei could feel an incomparably dense killing intent from his words. How noble was the Tao Tai tribe! They would rather die in battle than live a life like this. In this cave for 3,000 years, he wouldn't even die. A painful expression appeared in the Tao Tai's eyes. Long Fei said slightly, Senior, is there any way to save you? As long as I can do it, even if I die, I'll do it with all my might. Long Fei revealed an extremely sincere expression. This was him capturing the Tao Tai's affability level. He really didn't have the strength. Otherwise, Long Fei would have killed the Tao Tai and gotten his rank. What a pity. It couldn't even break the Tao Tai's defense. Elderly Tao Tai laughed bitterly and said, There's no other way. My body has been poisoned and I can only curl myself inside the iron ball. Even if the rune seal on the ball breaks, I have no way of getting out. Long Fei said, Senior, don't say that, there must be a way. It was best if he could save him. If he couldn't, then this guy would still eat him in the end. Elderly Tao Tai said, As long as you have that intention, saving me is impossible. In the past, those who saw me in one breath were all scared to the point that they peed their pants. No one wanted to chat with me like you. They even thought of saving me and leaving. If I meet you in the outside world, I will definitely tell them. Drink it for 3 days and 3 nights. Long Fei forced out 2 tears and said, Senior, there will always be a way. Tao Tai saw Long Fei's tears and felt as if his heart had warmed. He said, Child, don't be sad. The reason I decided to stay in this cave is to wait for a fated person to help me send a message back to the Tao Tai tribe and tell them that I did not embarrass my ancestors. Hearing that, Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. Long Fei said, Senior, I'll help you send a message. Elderly Tao Tai looked at Long Fei and said, You cannot enter the plane where the Tao Tai tribe is located, your body is too weak. The different planes naturally required different amounts of power. Each plane had its own unique law energy. The Tao Tai clan's plane of existence was very high, so Long Fei's current physical body naturally could not enter. Long Fei said, Don't worry, Senior, this brat will make the best use of his time to cultivate. He will definitely help you bring the letter back to the Tao Tai tribe. Elderly Tao Tai said, Even if you can enter my plane, you won't be able to enter the Tao Tai tribe. The Tao Tai tribe can only be found and entered by the Tao Tai blood veins clansmen. Long Fei revealed a silly look and said, Then what should we do? There must be a way. The elderly Tao Tai looked at Long Fei and said indifferently, There is only one way to enter the Tao Tai tribe, and that is to have the Tao Tai blood vein, or the body of a Tao Tai. Long Fei said, What should we do? Elderly Touty thought for a moment, then said, "Kill me! Kill me! Kill me!" Elderly Touty thought for a moment and said calmly. Long Fei immediately shrunk and said, "I can't, I absolutely can't. How can I kill Senior? I was still thinking of rescue Senior out, then we could have a carefree and happy life together." Although he said this, Long Fei secretly thought in his heart, "Quickly, quickly, tell me where to kill? How is it a weakness? I will immediately kill you." One could not help but be cautious. Even if Elderly Touty had a sincere face and wanted to die, Long Fei still could not pretend to accept it, because, what if this was a trap? If he jumped down, he would truly be doomed. Not to mention, Long Fei's blood essence made Elderly Touty very excited at the beginning. Elderly Touty said, "If you don't kill me, you won't be able to get out. With your current cultivation, you can't even take care of those dregs in Xian Pavilion. Only by killing me will you have the chance to go out, cultivate to a certain level, and find the place where the Taotai tribe is located. Only then will you be able to find my clansmen. Boy, don't be so long-winded. Come quickly. As long as I retract my defensive power, you can kill me." He looked like he was begging for death. However, Long Fei did not make a move. "No, even if I die, I can't harm Senior. And if I can't go to the Taotai tribe, wouldn't I be scammed by you? Didn't you just say that I would ascend to heaven if I ate it? Senior, you might as well eat me. With my cultivation, there's no point in messing around. Living would be a waste of air." Long Fei still maintained his guard down. The Elderly Touty said, "Your blood essence is indeed the purest I have ever seen. Even those almighty powerhouses' blood vein can't compare to it. Logically speaking, your cultivation level of this kind of blood vein shouldn't be so weak. As for the reason why, I don't know, but I believe that you will definitely become stronger, to be able to absorb my power. I can eat you to increase my power a little, but my body is like that, so no matter what, I can't leave this place. Bring it on. Make your move." Long Fei shook his head and said, "Senior, you absolutely cannot." He was still testing. Elderly Touty said, "Are you that naughty? Is he even a man? If I told you to do it, then why are you spouting so much nonsense? Faster." Long Fei revealed a difficult expression as he looked at Elderly Touty and said, "Is that really necessary?" Elderly Touty said, "Come." Long Fei said, "Then so be it." His heart was bursting with joy. Killing a Taotai would give one an extremely strong physical body. With his physical body, it could be said that ordinary people couldn't hurt him at all. However, Long Fei was ecstatic in his heart, but he did not dare reveal it. Furthermore, he could not have any hint of killing intent on him, and could only hold back his joy. "Come!" Elderly Touty shouted. Long Fei said solemnly, "All right, I'll be going now." A palm struck down. This time it was different from last time. After the defense was put away, a scarlet number appeared above Elderly Touty's head. 10920. At the same time, the number on top of Elderly Touty's head also appeared. 100 million HP. Damn! The heck! Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. The Elderly Touty said angrily, "You only have this little power? Use your strongest strength, otherwise how long will you be fighting for?" 100 million HP. If he just killed them like that, who knew how long he would have to wait? However, Long Fei could not reveal his joy and killing intent and said, "Senior, I do not have the heart to do so." Maybe it was because Long Fei had hidden it well. Maybe it was because Elderly Touty really wanted to die. Elderly Touty was very pleased. With a light voice, he said, "Brat, I bet everything on you." As soon as he finished, Elderly Touty suddenly bounced up, and the huge iron ball fiercely collided with the mountain. Rumble. It was also at this time that a long string of numbers floated up above Elderly Touty's head. Rumble. Another fierce collision. The mountain started to crack and the broken sky peak continued to emit violent tremors. The entire Xian pavilion began to shake. What is that sound? The loud noise coming from broken sky peak. What's going on? Have you still not caught the two scumbags from Xian's? Xianling Arhats is too useless, right? Within the illusory palace, the pavilion masters and elders were adapting to the eye-less sensing ability. Sensing the violent tremors that were coming from the broken sky peak, the Grand Court was slightly shocked. Could it be that the monster is going to come out? Report. Reporting to Grand Court, Elder Xian who has gone to broken sky peak. Grand Court bellowed, could it be that he wants to save him? How preposterous! Where's the Xianling Arhats? Haven't you caught up yet? The disciple replied, reporting to Grand Court, Xianling Arhats has already caught up. It's just that there was a loud noise coming from inside broken sky peak a moment ago. Xianling Arhats is waiting for your order. Grand Court said without any hesitation. Kill! Yes. The disciple quickly walked out. Grand Court frowned. No matter what, you have to die today. Aunt, what should we do? Xian Yu looked at the surrounding Xianling Arhats and elders. The strength of these people were all far above them. Xian Hu frowned, he placed the profound jade behind him and said, don't be afraid, I will stall them later. Think of a way to leave first, Aunt will follow shortly. It was impossible to leave under these circumstances. She only wanted to leave the last incense for the Xians. Although Xian Hu was heartless, he loved and doted upon all kinds of profound jades. Xian Yu looked at the broken sky peak not far behind her, reluctance in her eyes. Xian Hu said, his cultivation is definitely not going to live in the broken sky cliff. He might already be dead. You better not care about him. In the distance, when Xian Hu saw a messenger flying back, her heart tensed up. It's here. Grand Court has decreed it. Kill. With that, the Xianling Arhats instantly moved. Xian Hu grabbed the profound jade and suddenly pushed it back, saying, Let's go! He turned around and sent a palm strike towards it. Bam! The palm collided. Pfft. Xian Hu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became pale. His entire body flew out. One of the Xianling Arhats rushed towards the black jade and Xian, who immediately flew over to stop him. Bang bang! After 2 consecutive palm strikes, Xian Hu spat out another mouthful of blood. She was not a match for Xianling Arhats at all. At the same time, rumble! Rumble! The broken sky peak continued to emit rumbling sounds. Long Fei said, Senior, you don't need to. He said in his heart, use a little more strength. As long as the Taotai died, then it was equal to killing him, and he could also drop something. The most important thing was the Taotia's flesh, invincible fleshly body. As Long Fei looked at the gashes on the head of the Taotai getting smaller and smaller, his heart also became more and more excited. Just a little more, just a little more. See, Happy New Year. To the elderly Taoti, death was a form of release. To the elderly Taoti, death was a form of release. It was the best release. He could not return to the Taotai tribe, nor could he use this kind of body to return. He was arrogant, Taotai blood vein was arrogant, he did not want to sully Taotai's arrogance because of him, and would be ridiculed by other races. The achievements of him monopolizing 100 almighty powerhouses were praised and sung. The Taotai tribe thought he was dead. His heart was filled with incomparable pride. This pride of his slowly faded over the course of 3,000 years. Death was release for him, and his soul would return to the Taotai tomb. However, before he died, he wanted someone to send a message back. He also wanted his will, strength, and the Taotai blood vein to be passed on to someone. He died, but he was passed on. This was a kind of legacy. Perhaps the words of the young man in front of him were flattery, and did it because he wanted to live. However, this young man at least did not make him feel disgusted. In this long period of time, other than the first group of patriarchs from the Xian Pavilion everyone else was shocked speechless when they saw him. Only Long Fei remained calm. Be it licking his horse or revealing his true feelings, elderly Taudi had chosen Long Fei. There was also a very important point. Long Fei's blood essence contained a very special kind of energy. Even he did not know what kind of attribute this energy was, and had never seen it before. Once the power within the blood essence erupted, the entire wild universe would tremble. It was also because of this that the elderly Taudi was betting everything on this. Maybe Long Fei would forget about him once he escaped, but at the very least, his blood vein his flesh and body would be in Long Fei's possession for a very long time. Rumble. Elderly Taudi collided violently again. The entire broken sky peak was on the verge of collapse, the mountain continued to crack, and cracks spread out in all four directions. The entire Xian Pavilion was shaken. Kid, I'm just a little bit away. Elderly Taudi let out a heavy cry, looked at Long Fei's calm expression, and said, At this time, you are still neither humble nor arrogant, and you did not reveal a single trace of joy. Even if you lied to me, I would still bet on your calmness. Rumble. Another violent collision. Neither servile nor overbearing? Showing joy? He wanted to die. Long Fei's eyes were always staring at the bloody groove on top of elderly Taudi's head. Before it had turned into zero, Long Fei had been acting like a grandson the entire time. Tears rolled down his face as he said, Senior, please don't. Senior will definitely have a way. He was exceptionally careful. As long as elderly Taudi still had a little bit of HP left, even if his defense was opened, he wouldn't be able to kill him. The toughness of a Taotia's body was beyond imagination. How could Long Fei show the excitement in his heart? The mountain began to crack and the cave began to crack. Only a few hundred points of blood remained on elderly Taudi's head. If they were to hit him again, he would probably die. At this moment, elderly Taudi suddenly stopped and looked at Long Fei. Long Fei's heart tightened as he thought in his heart, Master, at this critical moment, you better not go back on your word. This was what Long Fei was most worried about. Elderly Taudi smiled faintly and said, Are you worried that I would go back on my words? Long Fei said, Senior, why would you think that way? Right now the mountain is about to break apart, we can all escape. The elderly Taudi laughed and said, This metal ball and chains trapped me. Even if I escape, I shouldn't be treated as a monster. I stopped because I had something for you to do. Long Fei's heart relaxed and he said, Senior, please give me your instructions, I will do my best. The elderly Taudi said, It's actually very simple. After you obtain my body, and obtain my inheritance, you will become very strong. I want you to kill all the pavilion masters of the Xian Pavilion. These people are all those dregs of the past. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have become like this. Long Fei said, Even if Senior had not said it, I would have done the same. Killin and upgrading system, how can I level up without killing people? Moreover, Long Fei suppressed his belly full of fire. I almost froze to death on Broken Sky Cliff. If he did not defeat that Grand Court, he would not be called Long Fei. Elderly Taudi laughed and said, All right. Then empty your body. Ready. With that, the elderly Taudi's eyes became calm, and he said heavily, Brat, remember your promise to me. If you can't do it, the Taotai tribe will not let you go, remember this. Ah! A furious roar. Elderly Taudi heavily crashed into it. Rumble. 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 Long Fei did not care about what happened to the Broken Sky Peak. His eyes were firmly locked on the blood groove above the Taotia's head. A hint of joy finally flashed through his eyes. Explode. In an instant, elderly Taudi's head exploded as fresh blood spurted out. It was also at this time that the runes on the metal ball on his body flashed with light, wanting to absorb the power of the Taotai blood vein. However, elderly Taoti had already thought of this. At the moment of his death, he used his strength and madly rushed out. "You want my strength, you dregs!" Buzz! The iron ball exploded. The lower half of the elderly Taoti that was revealed to the public was a skeleton. It was shocking and unbearable to look at. Looking at elderly Taoti, he slowly lowered his body and said, "Don't worry, I, Long Fei, will definitely do what I have promised. No matter what plane your Taotai tribe is in, I will definitely do it." The corner of elderly Taoti's mouth revealed a faint smile. He closed his eyes and remained silent. At the same time, elderly Taoti's head was also shrinking rapidly, eventually turning into a dried-up corpse. A ray of fluorescent light floated onto the corpse and entered Long Fei's body. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for killing Tao Tai. Do you want to obtain his flesh? A Tao Tai is a beast. Thus, they could only absorb his fleshly body. Long Fei moved his body and said, "Capture!" Ding! System prompt. Acquired successfully. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Taotai body. Long Fei opened the system to check the body's grade, and the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. The highest body level on this plane is the profound body. Since ancient times, there has never been a person capable of breaking through to the profound body's level. However, your father, Super God body. This level of body should be considered immortal in this plane, right? Back then, when the elderly Taoti fell here, the powerhouse wanted to kill him as well. No matter what power is used, it is unable to cause harm to the Taotai. This was also the reason. They had just forged the gigantic seal iron ball and chains on the Taotia's heavily injured body, only thinking that when he died, they would be able to absorb the huge power on his body. However, all of this was obtained by Long Fei. And then, the glow of the Taotai that fell into Long Fei's body also exploded. Spirit! Spirit! Once the fluorescent light fell, it directly burst out of Long Fei's 7 apertures. At this moment, cluck, 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 every joint in his body crackled with explosive sounds, as if they were rapidly growing. It was as if they were developing twice. The bones were being strengthened, the molten steel was being poured in, and every pore was undergoing a metamorphosis. Every hair on his body was like a steel needle. Ah! Long Fei roared. Rumble! Rumble! The mountain continued to crack and impact, and the cracks in the cave continued to extend outward. Long Fei's body was undergoing a metamorphosis. His broken pubes slowly rotated, forming a spiral like a galaxy. The vortex slowly rotated, and under the stimulation of the fluorescent light, the rotation speed became faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. The whirling sound exploded. Finally, the shattered pubes completely disappeared, forming a small black hole. The surface of Long Fei's skin was covered with the scales of a Taotai, which were pitch black. Blood began to appear on the surface of his skin. Buzz. Another buzz. A fluorescent light flashed. The power of the Taotai was completely poured into it, circulating from every part of Long Fei's body, and finally entering the small black hole called the pubes. Boom! The fluorescent light disappeared, and Long Fei's body returned to its original state. He lightly clenched his fists. Creak, 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 creak. Beast scales began to appear one after another. Brown scales like black rocks. At this moment, Long Fei could feel the limitless defensive power. An indescribable power. Super God body's defense. This should be the power of the Taotia's physical body, the defense of its super divine body. Long Fei was incomparably excited, looked at the Tao Tai that had turned into a dried corpse on the ground, and said seriously, "Although you don't look handsome, and are even very ugly, but I will definitely do my best to accomplish what I, Long Fei, have promised you. Rest in peace. Your glory will last forever. Long Fei walked to the exit where the elderly touty had already smashed. Looking at the gusts of wind howling outside, and listening to the mountains constantly crack, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. So high. Did he fall to his death? Heh heh. What Long Fei obtained was a Taotia's fleshly body, but he did not receive a rank. Right now, he was still a 9th-level ethereal opening cultivator, so it was impossible for him to fly down from this height. However, without any hesitation, he jumped down. I have an immortal body now. Boom! With a leap, he charged out. At this moment, Walla-la! Walla-la! The broken sky peak collapsed, and the dangerous mountain peak that rose into the sky continued to break as it fell from the sky. Huge rocks crazily fell. The mountain peak that was tens of thousands of meters high continued to fall apart. All of Xian Pavilion were shocked. Report. Grand Court, broken sky peak is collapsing. Grand Court's eyes darkened. That monster. He was the Grand Court, and he knew that there was a monster locked up in the broken sky peak for a long time. His power was so great that even he didn't dare to approach it. It was said by the ancestors that they had to wait until the monster died. Only when the monster died would they be able to obtain such immense power. But now, Broken Sky Peak had collapsed. Grand Court immediately asked, "Did any monsters rush out from Broken Sky Peak?" "No. I didn't see anything coming out of the Broken Sky Peak." Grand Court slightly said, "Could it be that the monster is already dead?" "Right. Isn't there one more person in Broken Sky Peak? The man who came with the Xian's girl, how is he? There's still someone alive even after entering the Broken Sky Cliff? He's probably long dead. Where's Xian Hu?" The disciple immediately said, "The Xianling Arhats has already caught up, and Elder Xian Hu has already been severely injured. The profound jade is still escaping, but he won't be able to escape for long. The only thing is that now that the Broken Sky Peak has collapsed, the various falling stones have all been surrounded by the Xianling Arhats, and they have not attacked again." Grand Court said, "Since we have already caught up, we must live. Xians must have some secret. Especially the black jade, you must live." "Understood." Cough cough. Xian Hu continued to cough out blood, his face pale white, as he looked at the surrounding profound jade. In his heart, he said, "Could it be that the heavens are going to destroy my Xian's bloodline? Oh God, what kind of heinous crimes did our Xians commit to punish us like this? Ah!" Xian Hu burst out with a roar. Xianling Arhats shouted, "Xian Hu, stop struggling. You can't escape anymore. Grand Court has decreed that as long as you don't resist, I will spare your life." The 8 Xianling Arhats surrounded Xian Hu, and right now, even if he flapped his wings, it would still be difficult for him to escape. The other transformed profound jade had also been trapped. Xian Hu's eyes were ice-cold and heartless. He slowly stood up from the ground and sneered, "Grand Court is only unwilling to give up on the super treasure. You want my Xian's super treasure? Ha ha ha! I was dreaming." All the strength in his body surged as he shouted, "Come!" As soon as he finished, Xian Hu fiercely rushed forward. A Xianling Arhat said coldly, "You're courting death." Rushing out, he punched out, his speed much faster than Xian Hu's, directly striking his abdomen, causing him to cough out a mouthful of blood as his body exploded outward. He flew straight towards the Broken Sky Peak. At this moment, the giant boulders from the Broken Sky Peak continued to roll down. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Every single one of these boulders contained 1,000,000 gene of power. If one was hit by a boulder, it was possible that they would turn into mincemeat. When Xian Hu was blasted to the bottom of Broken Sky Cliff, The sound of wind breaking as rocks and stones fell to the ground continuously sounded out in the sky. She slowly raised her head and looked towards the sky. It was also at this time. A figure fell from the sky. Xian, whose eyes tensed up, she wanted to jump away, but due to her severe injuries, her reaction speed became slower, her body could not hold on, and she could not dodge at all. The one who fell was naturally Long Fei. He also saw a person lying on the ground. Immediately, Long Fei immediately shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, quickly get out of the way, get out of the way!" Hearing Long Fei's voice, Xian, whose eyes shook, "It's you." Hatred filled the sky. The killing intent was dense. The reason why she and Xian Yu had reached this step was because of Long Fei. Because he was a real man. If this man hadn't killed Yi Shiluo in Xian City, there wouldn't have been so many things. She attributed all of this onto Long Fei. Xian, who roared out, "I will kill you." When her voice came out, Long Fei was startled. "Damn, it's you, this beautiful nun? Kill me. You want to kill me? Then I." Long Fei didn't control his body in the slightest. Boom! He heavily landed on the ground, however. He did not smash Xian, whose body. Instead, he supported himself with his hands on the ground, directly pressing Xian, who under him, and revealing a mischievous smile. "What did you say just now? You want to kill me?" The distance between the two was only a few centimeters. Face to face, mouth to mouth. Xian, whose eyes spewed out flames of anger, and said, "I want to." "What do you want?" Long Fei immediately gave her a kiss, and in a moment's time, sealed Xian, whose mouth. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.